Listen, babe. Oh, yeah. It's alright, alright, alright. Listen, babe. Oh, yeah. It's alright.
creatures in the ocean.
Listen, babe. Oh, yeah. It's alright, alright, alright. 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 It's alright, alright, alright. Listen, babe. Oh, yeah. 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 It's alright, alright.
All right, welcome back, everybody. I'm hopefully everybody had a good week. Hopefully everybody performed better, built something, and worked on something. Today we have a lot to cover. I'm really excited about today's class again. I think I'm going to be excited until December with all this new material we're teaching. And I love the fact that we're actually building the foundation of scaling. Each class is leading to one step, connecting one level to next level to next level. So by the time we really speed the class up in November, December, you guys will have a strong foundation. And hopefully the information we've been providing for you up to this point is starting to impact your personal life. So you're starting to make different decisions. You're starting to see different opportunities, different plays, and as well as not only in your business, but in your family and anything else that you're trying to scale, build, or develop. With that being said, today we're going to start the class off. Well, before we say that, one announcement. This is the last free class for those of you online. So if you watch this class online, After tonight's class, we're going back to YouTube for paid services only. So it's for the folks online, just remember this is the last free class. I don't think we have any. We're still trying to figure out if retreat is possible, because Tahoe just kind of went through a flip of politics where they're really trying to discourage large groups to migrating to Tahoe, which is weird. Anyway, so what we're trying to do now is find another location, and I have everybody from Tennille to Cassandra to Shakira all working with me to try to find a new location for a retreat. If we don't do a retreat, I try to figure something where we can all get together and at least have a full day where we can spend together and kind of like maybe change the level of the time we spend together. So it's beneficial, especially to those who are working on their trauma. With that being said, let's jump into last week's questions. I want to make sure that I respond to last week questions. Since Kasha is here, can somebody pass Kasha a microphone? Thank you, Mike. Make sure there's a microphone on.
Oh, is it on? Is it on? It's on.
Yeah, I want to ask you about the question you posed. You said, I'm having a tricky time identifying my market because I don't want to exclude anyone under the premise that everyone deserves an experience. Can you just kind of explain that to me a little bit more?
Yes. So when you think about identifying a target market, I wasn't crazy about the fact that it felt like in doing that, I was creating hierarchies of Black people.
Right? You're creating hierarchies of Black people?
Hierarchies of Black people, right? Like when I started identifying it, I could see who these people were in my mind, and it felt like you're trying to pinpoint who you associate might be at the higher tier. And I didn't like the suggestion that there even is a higher tier, because I feel like everybody has the right to an experience, even people who might not know that they want it because they haven't been exposed to it. So I don't want to create something that is pinpointing one group of people and excluding another group of people, but I also understand that you can't market to everybody at the same time.
So, okay, so first of all, I don't know who did your hair, but it's fire. Your hair is fire.
Thank you.
Yeah, the angle and everything. As I'm listening to you talk, I'm just thinking about how many movies your hair would be tight in. Okay, and trust, I'm like, that's my photographer side coming out. So excellent choice on hairstyle. Let me say this first. That's your ego talking. You don't control that. You're serving a market that exists. You're not controlling what exists. You're not that important to the market. You have to work on becoming important to the market. When you work on becoming important to the market, everybody don't like the same thing. Like, I still like Giorgio Armani. My son has no idea who the hell Giorgio Armani is. Well, he knows who it is, but there's no history, there's no connection, right? So if Giorgio Armani spent any money marketing to my son, they're throwing money out the door. A waste of money. And they're gonna have low sales. Because you're in the sales market, really, you gotta find out who really aligns with your market. Now, once you find out who aligns or what are you building a product for, it doesn't mean you can't build another product for other markets, right? Similar to, I don't think this works too well for them, but Mercedes-Benz first was for the elite market. Well, actually before then it wasn't. It was a working class market. Then it went to the elite market, and it was exclusively the elite market for a short period of time. And then they started working on different class models, right? So you could be somebody who's in college or high school can get a Mercedes-Benz on the lower class, right? But what they can't say is, well, how do we get somebody who's in high school to start buying our S-Class? They just don't have the income to do it. There's harsh realities that when you get in business, you can't get into. This is why I always demonize social justice, because we're trying to project what we want the world to be. And I always tell people, change the world with your net, not your gross. So when the money's coming in, you make the money in, and when the money comes in, it's what you invest your money in, is where the change happens. But if the market is asking for old school Jordans and it makes no sense, it doesn't improve your ankles, your knees, it doesn't make any sense, but they're willing to pay $300 for those shoes, you make those shoes. Now, what you do with your profit is where your value's added. But when you tie your value to where you want the market to behave, that you don't get to control that. You really don't get to control that. Now, you can control that, but it takes a lot of resources or a lot of influence. But when you first start into a market, each market is just a river. You can say, it's so sad there's deserts over there. That's unfortunate, but that happened way before you got nothing to do with you, right? And there are different people are in different stages. It's one of the things I don't think we realize is we don't really see history. We see television. We don't see history. If you go look at the world 200 years ago, you'll be like, oh my God, this shit was broke. The world was suffering. People were dying at a high rate. Most of the people were on level 1 of poverty, right? You go back, Shakira was saying she was born in 1980, oh my God, shit, in the 80s, early 80s, right? The world was 2 billion people. Today it's 8 billion. In her lifetime, 6 billion people were added to this earth. In 1960, I think the world was 1 billion people. Or no, 1.0. No, in the 1800s is 1 billion. We just hit 1 billion, right? So during slavery, we were under 1 billion people. So you got to realize that most people, this is the best human beings have ever, this is the best, the lowest class have ever lived in the history of the world right now in America. There's never been a time that the lowest class has had this many rights ever in the history of the world. You go back to the history of the world, it's been, when governments were formed, they didn't give a shit about the people, they just wanted money from taxes. Right? They controlled the land, they wanted money from taxes, but they weren't trying to make sure that, fairness and welfare, unemployment, food and options, right? So when you have this distorted perception of history, you're really stuck in a kind of distortion about moving forward, which is the world should, as opposed to how do we improve? I strongly believe that we should always work to improve, right? Because we never know what is the height of where humans can go, right? Especially for black folks, what is our absolute height, right? We don't know what that is. But a lot of times we operate from a space of should. So we go, that's where the guilt comes from. It should be this way. Well, that should is on the premise of a distorted past. What I would challenge you to do to help you kind of loosen up that motion a little bit is really learn about the past, really learn and really get your finger on the pulse of human evolution and how we're changing, how we're evolving. And then you'll realize, oh, okay, even the so-called poor ain't really that poor compared to just 30 years ago. The poor today is the middle class of 30 years ago. That's crazy. That's crazy. Like more poor people got air conditioners today. Middle class people, that was only a privilege of middle class people 30, 40 years ago. It's crazy. The size of our spaces that we live in, crazy. So it's not just saying that the world's perfect, because I'm not suggesting that at all. And I think we all should sign up to have impact in this world. But I think we should also move in a space of hope, not being overwhelmed by, oh my God, this is bad and bad. And the reality is that there are different classes of people. And there's a reality that you are in a different class. You are. But you are. Like, and that guilt is a problem. You can't let that guilt happen. That guilt should, why don't we redefine it and say, now that I'm in a different class, I have a greater responsibility, as opposed to I don't want to see myself like that. Because that distortion only is going to cause you more problems as you decide to engage the real world to build something. Right? The reality is that there's different classes of black folks. There's some black folks who live in a whole different world where you tell them it's going to cost you $1,000. They won't even blink. They'll be like, why'd you tell me? And there's some black folks you tell them it's going to cost them $1,000 and that's a year's savings. So it just depends on, it's just a variation and there's all kind of classes of people. It's not saying that all people are not good or not all people are not valuable by the definition of God itself, but you got to accept that people make different choices that puts them in different categories. And when you make those choices, there's nothing we can do about that. I mean, there's something we can do about that, but it is what it is. If you want to change it, then work on a plan, but don't demonize your accomplishments, because you did put something in for that. It's not like you were smoking weed one day and somebody's like, yo, that hairstyle hella tight, come with me, I'm gonna pay you hella money. It didn't work like that, right? You performed. So don't demonize your performance, because also too, you want to help others perform who don't know what, because there's a lot of people who are poor, speaking from my personal perspective, and when I grew up poor my whole life. A lot of people who are poor are looking for people like you to inspire them. But just give me a pathway. Tell me what I got to do. I don't know what I have to do. I don't know what is required. That's why this class is created. A lot of people just don't know what to do, but they have the effort, they have the wherewithal, they even have the mental engine to grow and expand to perform. They just don't know where to go. So you turn your greatness or your growth to a tool you can pass on to somebody else, but don't guilt it down. Don't shrink it. Don't reduce it. You had another one. You said, is a lifer stifled by all the historical context? Is a stranger maybe more agile because they have fresh eyes? Is that holding two ideas simultaneously? You almost answered it. That. So what she's saying is that the lifer knows the town, the stranger is new to the town. So quite often we tell the stranger that, hey, listen, you don't know that much. Lifer knows the most. In the same book, it says, Sun Tzu says, if you have a natural advantage, you have to put on the locals to ensure your advantage. Meaning that what we do in business, if you go into a new industry, you may be fresh in new ideas, but still to navigate, you need to have somebody who has experience. Where we go wrong is we just start to buy in this idea that I am new, I'm fresh with new ideas, and that's all I need. So if you were going to a new space, you still would hire somebody and say, hey, I'm trying to break in this industry, but give me some insight on who's who, what's what am I tapping, because right is not right, wrong is not wrong, and relationships matter more than anything, right? And so if you don't understand those relationships, you can cut somebody out who seems really, really small, find out that's the daughter of the person who makes the strongest decision. And so if you don't have somebody to help you navigate those relationships, you're being compromised. Ooh, Jesus. And I think that's the same question that Marquita was asking, similar question, which was, you got to have, so both are required, but let's not never overemphasize the importance of, I'm new or any of that kind of stuff. That stuff has no value. I think that's it for all the last week questions. Go ahead.
Was it in addition to how you responded to our first question?
Okay.
So my question is, based on how you responded, it made me think two questions. When identifying who your target market is, do you also think of price based on that? Because some people would say,
there's a full
volume.
formula.
So it's like not only knowing where to start with the charge, but like what price do you even charge? Like sometimes, I know you start low because you want to gain experience, gain testimonials and stuff like that. But it's like, can you possibly start too low to where you can't even really grow how you want?
Anybody in the class want to try to answer that? You want to ask them to try to answer it? Go ahead. Shakina? Is the camera on Shakina? Yeah, let me take my sweatshirt off. Go ahead.
Oh, can I go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh,
Take my sweatshirt. Heating up.
so there's not like a cookie cutter answer, but long story short is that you need to make sure that you're making enough profit even when you're starting so that you have runway to grow. If you don't have enough resources, then what you're going to do is you're going to either grow too fast and you're going to grow faster than your product or your service, or you're going to burn out and you're not going to have enough resources to be able to expand and grow. So you need to consider, what does it cost to make a profit in your business? Even if it's a minimal profit, you need to stay in the profit zone. And then you also need to consider, how do you scale that profit? So then, for example, if you're starting a consulting service, what is your hourly rate? Who do you need to have on your team in order for you to execute that service? And then what does it look like for your marketing costs, your circulation costs, like all of those things, and what are the next steps? So then as you're adding clients and growing, you're adding that into your baseline pricing, and then you're finding out like how many people do you need in order to stay at the minimal price line level, and then how many clients do you need to grow, and what are all of the levels necessary in order for you to grow. I don't know if that's right, but that
Say
would be
again?
how I would tackle it.
Well, there's two things. One, I wanted her to answer. The reason I wanted her to answer the question is because I wanted to see how well, and she was relatively accurate. I was pretty much taking my sweatshirt off. I was starting to heating up. I don't know what the heck was going on. That question Kaja asked me had me on fire. Anyway, it's her hair. Her hair had me just heated up. That hair is so clean, it's ridiculous. Oh yeah, but no. Here's the thing. Some of these answers, the answers she gave you can also adjust based upon strategy. There's no answer until you get in the game. There's no answer till you get in the game. Whatever industry you want to get into, there's different price strategies and different ways of assessing your market different cost strategies. Which game are you in?
Like I've been running my business and having consultations and have clients. I'm just trying to figure out how to build systems. No, not the same.
No,
Okay.
no. How many journals do you read about your industry every week?
How many journals do
Like as far as like articles on charging, new practices, new studies of the market research, any of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I would say I'm all over the place versus like knowing what's going on in the world when it comes to finance and the economics of stuff versus my actual industry. I feel like those are two separate things. So I would say not enough in both.
Okay, so not enough for both. Okay, good. And then how many people that you network with that's in your industry that's performing pretty relatively well?
I've been struggling with that. I've been networking with people, but not enough in my actual industry doing what I'm
Okay,
doing.
that's when I say you're not deeply engaged enough, and Shakina will explain this to you. Anybody else that has a business online, anybody can chime in. You can't take theory and apply it, which we're going to get back to. You can't apply that to the actual market, and the market just all the time. If the market's going through recession, there's a different strategy. If the market is going through a bull market, different strategy. If the market is, if your product's the hottest market product because of some trend, different strategy, right? And different cost systems communicate different ideas. Money is a psychology, right? And so just to use a generic psychology, these questions, some of these questions you have are questions you're always asking and you're always assessing and you're always studying how to adjust it. Also, even the answer she gave is on YouTube. One of the things about this class is I'm teaching you how to think, but I'm also teaching you that you have all the tools around you. You want to break dependency, and where you break dependency, similar to like what my daughter is dependency destroying queen, and she's about to be 4. You try to show her something 3 times, and she'll tell you, I do it myself, and I do it until I figure it out, right? But a lot of us, as we become adults, we've been trained to depend too much. Like when you have a job, somebody trains you. They train you, and and then you go to your next position. Well, in this entrepreneurship, it's hard to train you. You have to learn how to think, and you have to learn how to be resourceful. And you learn how to then rethink, meaning that question things you already believe in to expand to the new things you need to learn, right? But if you're not deeply engaged in your industry, and trust me, if I audit you, I probably can catch you and say you're not. I can tell by your question.
Yeah.
Because if you're deeply engaged, that information will come on conversation. Like if say if you're hanging out with somebody who's performing, you're like, hey, why are you charging people that much? How much you get for that? Right? Yeah. There's no way where I could have came to any class to learn how to charge people for my industry. My prices are subjective. It's based on my branding. If I can sell you that I'm worth this value, I can charge you what I want to charge you. But you got to know how to sell your value and how to design your value. How are you showing up? What kind of car are you driving? What kind of clothes are you wearing? What kind of place are they sitting in when they do business with you? What type of services, like what do your website look like? What does your marketing material look like? What is your reputation in the industry? What's your experience? All that goes into like pricing and system. It's not just let's pull this number off a board and then throw this number in front of a customer because numbers and money is psychological. And ultimately what you're trying to do is you're trying to establish trust and value.
Yeah.
Go ahead. To pass, go ahead.
I don't know if you're familiar with the artist based in Vallejo, La Russell. He's an excellent example of this because everything he markets is quote unquote priceless. It's left to the purchaser based on your interpreted value of the experience and the product, what you want to pay. It's interesting to me because I wonder how you scale for long-term earnings when you do that. But I think it's a really interesting price model to your point that is psychological.
It's 100% like, well, okay, like iPad can command no discounts and a certain price. Matter of fact, their discounts are so petty, it's ridiculous, right? Compared to like, say Samsung goes hard in discounts. Now, can you do something with an iPad you can't do with a Samsung tablet? No, right? But who has the value argument on the market? Just like Samsung on cell phones, can you do something with a Samsung phone that you can't do with like one of these off-brand whatever, one of these off-brand phones? No, because most people only just check their emails and send texts anyway, right, and make phone calls. Very few people are app heavy, right? And because of that, the brand changes what kind of money you spend. So when you walk into an Apple store, they're controlling costs. When you go to their website, they're controlling costs. When you use a device, they're controlling costs. They're thinking about whatever I can do to tap into your human emotion, right? If you're serving a customer, never feel like you're doing a customer a favor. That's where we go wrong. We start working so hard, we think we're giving the customer something. We forget the customer is blessing us with trust. So our job is to always amplify that experience and say, I'm your most trusted advisor. I'm your most trusted service. I have your most trusted product. And in that case, you always remember competition is coming. Business is not about fairness. When I tell you guys, get rid of this fairness idea, because in business, we're trying to play, this is fair, this is not fair, I deserve, I don't deserve. In business, it's like football, the best wins. It's just that I don't give a shit about your mama's story, your daddy's story, where you come from, what neighborhood you grew up in, who's your uncle. The best will win in business. And so your job is always to continuously improve, to stay in alignment with the market you seek to serve. And also remember, your market is always changing. You don't get in business to serve the same people that you snapshot when you first started. Because there are certain people that's on their way out of your market and certain people that's on their way into your market. And those who are coming into your market have new ideas, new trends, new cultural beliefs, so they need your product to serve them. If you stay tied to the product that you had a snapshot of, you become the old school product while the new school product. So now you Kmart, and here comes Walmart, and now here comes Amazon. And you're on your way out because you still got them old Kmart ass ways. Where Target said, oh, wait, hold on. Target could have been Kmart, and Target said, wait. Hold on, player. There is a gap here. We're going to give you the Walmart experience, but much higher. We're not going to be Macy's, and we're not going to be Saks Fifth Avenue or Nordstrom's. We're going to be in a nice space where when you come here, you just feel a little bit better. And we're going to ensure that by the way we design this space, how it feels, our marketing material. There's a whole mental storyline around the way they deliver their products. Even though they both sell soap. All of them sell soap. But one of them changed your perception. You have the same responsibility. You can't just be like, well, my burgers taste good, so I'm just going to keep selling burgers. Or my store is, if you open, like, for example, at 510 Media, we had this rule, and COVID threw it off a little bit because it was really survival mode and keep the business chugging along. But we had a rule every year. We had to every year we were remodeling the office. It's by new furniture. Get this out of here. Get some new stuff in there. Get this out of. Get some new stuff in here, because we didn't want the customer to ever come in there and feel like, oh, you're the old. Yeah, I remember. I used to go to 510 Media. We want them to feel like every time you walk to 510 Media, we are new and innovative. Every time you show, you're like, this is something else is going on. That's the goal, is to always evolve with your market. New packaging, the way it feels, better designs, like the cell phone industry, right? Buy an iPhone. The next generation works on subtle improvements. The same way you should do with all of our businesses. All of our businesses. I'm talking about if you can take a paper bag and put your name on it, so when they walk out your store, they have this bag and it brands your product really, really well. You should be thinking about that instead of the brown paper bags you're buying at Amazon for discount because you get so many. Like, every step is an investment, and all those investments grow your company. They all contribute to growing your company. But you're playing a psychological game. The market is highly saturated. So when you jump into a new market, you're really trying to psychologically say, I'm positioning myself to be the most trusted advisor. Very rarely are we leaning into the market with brand new inventions. We're innovating on something that's already been there majority of the time. Last question before we jump into it.
It wasn't a question. It's just an example, if I can hear. One of the things that I wanted to
speak a little louder, bring the microphone closer. There you go. That's it.
One of the things that I wanted to speak to is the importance of study habits, because I know as a new student, it can be overwhelming when you first start a class like this, because you're reading, you're podcasting, you're doing all these things. And if that's not a part of your natural organic habitat, then it can feel overwhelming. But one of the things that I just want to say to give you hope for the future is to try to stay as consistent as possible, especially when it comes to you being curious about your business, because through your curiosity and through your study habits, you're going to learn a lot about answering your own questions so that you have ownership. So then when you're coming in here, even if you have a question, you'll have so much clarity in your question that you will be able to get better answers that you can go back into your life and add to practice. So I'm a gym owner. I own a gym, right? Now, I've been a trainer for the last 10 years. I'm phasing myself out of being a personal trainer and focusing on running the business. So my daily study habits are I podcast at least 1 to 2 podcasts a day. I go to other gyms to watch and study people's habits. I go work out outdoors and see what people are listening to, what workout equipment they're using. Are they running? Are they using, or what gear are they wearing? And that's all feedback directly from my market. I'm talking to other business owners and figuring out what are their struggles, what are they working on, what are they forecasting in the future for what to look out for. I'm having conversations with my clients. All that feedback is studying. That's passive or active, but that's giving me feedback so that I know when to adjust my pricing. I know when it's time to upgrade equipment. I know when it's time to start getting more aggressive feedback, but my feedback is always happening as an undercurrent. But I just encourage you to really start taking ownership of being very intentional about your study habits, because you could take 100 classes, but if you just come in and put into practice what you're getting from the classes, but you're not being curious outside, it's not going to cross over because it's all theory and it's not practice. So you need to combine the two. But ask questions, talk to people, talk to other people in your industry, whether it's online or it's in person or it's in a book, but you should be trying to get as much information as possible, because even if I'm not in your field, in 2 hours, I could probably answer all your questions by going on YouTube or Google. But it's because I'm going to go in with curiosity and figure out all the questions that I don't know, and then specifically look at all those answers and then find people where that's their genius zone and figure out bits and pieces of okay, this is where I start digging into this deeper. But it's really about the curiosity of your study patterns and how consistent you're doing it.
Also, let me say this to all the Lilies in this class, because there's a lot of people like her. Don't ever think, please don't ever think it's just you. You're like the majority, actually. This business stuff is a really different state of way of thinking. It takes time. It takes time. It takes time. The only thing that will destroy you is impatience. If you're trying to get it right away, this ain't for you. There's no such thing for this. Really, matter of fact, I posted something on Facebook that said that when you're impatient, you're easily manipulated, right? You have to have this stuff really requires patience, because when you get it, it puts you in a different state of being, and you're not going to get there because you read one book or you had one eureka moment, right? It's a slow process. It's a patient process. It's about determination. It's about self-belief. Now, one thing I will tell you, that in all compliments to you, you have a strong brain, a very strong brain, extremely strong brain. Your curiosity, don't you ever lose that, because that's one of your greatest strengths, right? But just know, for somebody who's like where I'm at, I can see you. You got a lot of hurdles to jump over, a lot, more than you realize. But if you're patient, it's going to come to you, and you're going to own it, and you're going to be strong at it. But just know, I was talking to Albert earlier. I thought Albert was way younger. So I was talking to him like he was a really young man. Albert laughed at me and said, "Cut it," because he looks so damn young. I mean, he looks damn good. So... hey, take your bow, brother. So I was telling Albert, when you're a teenager, you've been raised your whole life on stories. Then you're in your 20s, you're not living by reality, you're living by stories. And all you're trying to do is live out these stories. And you're nowhere near connected to reality. Then you come into a class like this that is just totally, literally ripping all your stories away. and telling you that none of this stuff exists. This is reality here. Don't expect your brain to just automatically jump into this new pool and start swimming. Your brain's gonna stick his toe in that pool and jump back into the stories. Then the next day it's gonna just kind of get his legs in the pool and go back into the stories. And over time, it will learn to eventually just get in the pool. Then at some point, you'll start swimming. That's the journey of going from not being an entrepreneur to becoming an entrepreneur. The reason some people speed up the process is because they get their back against the wall. Meaning that you jump in the game, you take a hit, you fall. And I mean, when I say fall, I mean your money go down, you start losing some things. But what happens because you're losing things, it helps break you faster. It's uncomfortable, it hurts, it may make your stomach turn, you may get a little ulcer. But that forces you to speed up the learning process. But when you at home and you got a check coming in every week, then you're that person who's like, ooh, the water's cold and it's 90 degrees. Ooh, I don't know. Ooh, it looks deep. Ooh, I'm scared. I had a cousin who drowned. I don't know about that. And it might take you a lot longer to get in, but it's a process. That's just how your brain works. It's zero reflection of intelligence. Zero. It's the natural behavior of the brain, which is to change is slow. And we all been raised in stories and a culture that has a history of servitude. And so when you decide you want to be free, don't think your brain wants, like you're comfortable with servitude more than you're comfortable with freedom. Most black people prefer servitude over freedom. Slavery over freedom. Somebody telling you what to do. Oh, yes, you are. Oh, yes, you are. You want me to throw it at you, I throw it at you. But trust me, we don't even know how to talk freedom. We don't even know what freedom is. And it's not your fault because you're a beautiful soul that was born in a world where nobody told you what freedom was.
Can I jump in?
Go ahead.
There's a key point that I feel like, you mentioned that super powerful, and that is the point at which you break. Your learning and your success and your ramp and your growth as an entrepreneur, it all really starts at the point in which you break. If you still running around with thinking the knowledge that you have is it, and that's the shit that you got that's going to take you there, that's why it takes long. That's why it takes long. It'll take you for fucking ever if you haven't broke. So the key element, obviously, then is humility, meaning you got to humble yourself. You got to tell yourself, I don't know shit. I ain't shit. I don't know shit. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I'm an open book, like here I am, send me type shit. So that because all the information that you're going to hear is going to be foreign. You're going to reject it internally. Your first mind is to be like, fuck that shit. Because if you knew it, you do it. So since it's foreign, you automatically reject it. So the breaking point, our world is built around people not having a breaking point. It's a bad thing. But in entrepreneurship, breaking point is the best thing that could ever happen to you because now you're open.
That's 100%. So when you said earlier, give you some insight. I said, you're not studying your stuff strong enough? He's like, I am. When I said you're not studying your stuff, you're not studying deep enough, he goes, I am. No, your first answer was I am. Then you eventually, but that natural defense mechanism, that's a natural internal. I know it because we all done it. It ain't just you. I promise you, I recognize it because it took me a long time to turn that shit down, right? It's almost like, you've been called a minority your whole fucking life. You've been called something weaker your whole damn life. So you learn to be like, don't call me that. Don't belittle me. Don't shrink me. Don't reduce me. But that's the same thing that traps us. And so when you get to the point where you start saying, hey, you know what? I don't study that hard. Or, I don't know what you're talking about. Or I have no idea. The faster you get to that, the faster you change the pace of learning. The more we spend saying, no, I know. No, I heard that before. No, I got that. That's why we talk about circle of competence, which we'll get back to that today. the perception of knowledge and the actually having knowledge are two different things. Even reading the books on a certain subject doesn't give you knowledge. Knowledge is a combination of time and experience and wisdom. If you don't know when to or when not to do something, that's not knowledge. Shabishi, you have a question online so before I can move on to the rest, because I'm excited today. Huh? Oh, okay, right on. Look here. Sometimes I'm quick and I don't even know I'm quick. Ain't that right, Jasadi? Anyway, let's move on. Where we get, I'm coming for you every day until you leave me alone. Y'all think I'm picking on Jasadi? Jasadi be picking on me, y'all. Y'all have no idea. Let me just open up. I'm open because I can't see the screen because it's camera, so I'm just gonna open this up real quick. Honestly. All right. Let me just adjust this camera real quick. Okay. Let's go over last week's quick review. So last week we talked about binary biases. Hopefully you guys are really getting this binary thing down. It is such a cold, powerful tool being used on you from just media norm, which is posing two extremes, forcing you not to see what's in the middle. Negativity instinct. I don't know if you guys got how powerful that was. I'm gonna shrink it for you so you guys can wrap your mind around this a little bit easier. You spend time looking at what's wrong with the world or developing a negative view on the world. After a while, it starts to destroy your hope because between your distorted history or your rose-colored history and your constant bombardment of what's wrong with the world, your hope deteriorates. And because your hope deteriorates, you become vulnerable to cultish thinking, cultish beliefs. This is where the world of storytelling becomes extreme. This is where some of the elements of culture becomes extreme. This is where distortion of reality becomes extreme. But it doesn't start because you are practicing extreme ideas, whether it's through religion, whether it's through just cultural beliefs, whether it's through organizations you join, whether it's through ideas, whether it's through pyramid schemes. Do you understand, like when pyramid companies show up in town, they got the people who have lost hope. A person who lost hope can be a PhD, highly educated, highly qualified, highly accomplished person. But when you lose hope, it has nothing to do with your education, your intelligence, or your background. Once you reach a certain level of loss of hope because of negative thinking, you become vulnerable to cultish thinking. So let's look at Black Wall Street. I'm gonna show y'all something that's really fun, really cool. So you think about Black Wall Street, and when you think about Black Wall Street, real fast, I'm talking about like in less than 30 seconds, what comes to mind? Burn. What else? Destruction. Go ahead. Come on, y'all don't. Huh? Businesses. Okay, go ahead. Group economics. Black people working together. Okay, yeah. Okay, black people working together. Huh? Racism. They don't what? They won't let us have nothing. That's the dopest answer because I'm going to circle all the way around to that, how powerful negative instinct is. So negative instinct made us all sit around and we focused on what happened. No one even asked how they got there. No one even asked how did they scale. No one even asked what was their practices. No one even asked what was the surrounding market. No one even asked what was the size of the population that surrounded them. No one even asked who they served, because negative instinct has a polarity tied to it. And if you have to ask yourself, what's the most important question you should ask if you're trying to take on some of the benefits of that, or even a question, what could they have done better? How could they have prevented that impact? Right? What is it? Why did we not see this? Because we became so mentally overwhelmed by the negativity. We never even had a second to even think. We don't even ask that question. And what do we continue to pass down? What part of what do we like to pass down the most? This horrible story of what happened to us, right? So when I first started my business over at 510 Media, and one of my friends said, "Hey man, what you gonna do?" I said, "I'm gonna run a branding firm." He said, "Black folks don't do stuff like that." Black Wall Street. I told him, and then my response to him was, "Do not project your limitations on me." Right? But the reality was, where did he get that from? Because the negativity instinct of our culture is saying we can't. It doesn't look at all the things that have changed since Black Wall Street that says we can. It doesn't look at how human history has actually worked where we actually can. Black Wall Street doesn't even tell you that, you know how many black millionaires there was even since slavery? Nobody knows. Most of y'all don't even know to look for them because you're bombarded by the negative story. So then recently, a sister who works for the government, who has a law degree, who used to be a lobbyist for a big, I can't say which company because you might figure out who it is, a large company, a sister. When I hit my first million, she said, "Now to be careful. You're making this kind of money now, and I have a friend who made that kind of money, and the FBI came for him. And I'm gonna call him up so he can talk to you. Because you need to be careful because you got $1 million. Where'd that come from? Sister mentioned it earlier. That energy's in our community. If we get, they won't let us have. That's our mind more than reality itself. I can show you 1,000 reasons why that's your mind. And I'm going to show you some excellent reasons as we go through the year why that's almost just purely a story our brain is telling us. But it's the impact of negative instinct. We don't realize that we're pushing the negative instinct starts to saturate our culture. And what does that do to somebody who believes in that? You lose hope. You don't imagine being Facebook. You imagine being the cafe that serves Facebook. You don't imagine being the music industry. You imagine getting a record deal. You don't imagine big stuff because your brain, they ain't gonna let you have. The reality is that I wish you guys could pay attention to, like, for example, I don't think most people understand what is a nation, what's a federation, what's a city-state, what is aristocracy, like what is communism, what's the history of these different systems, how do they work, what is their tipping points, what's their population max, at what level of population do they continue to work the same way, how do they transform as they hit certain sizes, how many people were on the earth when this actually happened? There's 7 billion more people since Black Wall Street. Can the same systems hold up with 7 million people? Can the same systems hold up with 250 more million people on this plot of land? No, it can't. It can't. Those control systems can't work anymore. That's why war feels weird right now. We're getting to a size of population and technology and communication. Some things just don't work anymore. You're going to learn about principles of scaling. As systems scale, the current systems you learned about, like the early democracy, doesn't exist. When the Constitution was written, there's only 4 million people in the United States. Let me help you out. If you have 4 people in your company, you hire, and you have this group of rules, will it work when you get to 4,000 people? So what in the fuck you think 4 million gonna go to 350 million? There's so many complexities. You don't even know the difference between the feds and the local municipal powers. Police kill somebody in Minnesota. The feds don't control that. Minnesota Municipal controls those police officers. California, and then the local municipal controls their police officers. So when Oakland starts going crazy, tearing up Oakland cities and streets, the system is split. It's splintered. It's been splintered a long time ago. If you have federal police, that's like the FBI became the police for everybody. We don't have federal police. So if you don't understand how systems are working around you and things are expanding and growing, guess why these stories are still staying alive? Culture is keeping them alive. beliefs keeps them alive, and your negative instinct is keeping them alive. What I taught you last week is so fucking powerful. So when organizations that come around with pyramid schemes like Herbalife, and everybody jumps and runs and joins Herbalife, it's because you lost hope. If you had hope, Herbalife wouldn't have access to you. That's why some intelligent people with big degrees and nice houses are in Herbalife. And you would tell somebody, what are you talking about? But if you pay attention to those people, if you watch news every day, I'll get into this another time, but it's called propaganda effect. Your brain can't handle it. I'm gonna stop there because I don't want to teach the propaganda effect later. All right, okay, let's get into this. Okay. Is it really short? Because I got a lot to cover. Okay, go ahead.
I'm curious, how much do you think we self-manifest our ceilings?
All the time.
Because like to her statement, like we can't have anything.
Well, she spoke for the culture.
Yeah, for the culture.
That's a norm.
But so like that's the cultural norm of like they won't let us have anything. But how often do you think that the self-manifestation of like because we believe that we can't have anything, we create glass ceilings that stop us from reaching certain levels because we
All
have
humans
that
do
belief?
that. That's the nature of all humans. We are limited. Like, even when you go to the gym, that's the rule of the gym, right? If I like you see it all the time. Oh, I can't do this, and they won't do it. And then they manifest a reality that embraces what they can do. And they have all kinds of stories and examples, and the doctors will reinforce it because the doctor just says, hey, how do you feel about those knees? I can't stand. Oh, then you probably shouldn't stand. I just went to the doctor told me I shouldn't stand. What? Right, you manifest that. And so at the end of the day, we are a manifestation of our belief limits. That's why the class is called Hope, because many of us are victimized by all this negative dialogue and information around us because we've never had access to so much negative news in the history of the world, ever, never. This is a new dawn, a new day. We've never seen this before. And yet we're trying to act like, oh, well, we should just be same old, chugging along and continue to build. This is something new. We're going to have to upgrade our thinking to deal with this newness of having social media access to so much negative news. The young lady who killed killed the woman and her baby and her pregnancy and her husband in a speeding car, right? It's been all over the news. If this was 1970, you would never heard about that. Never heard about it. Locally, you would have if you were in that town. But if you're in any other town, you wouldn't have heard about it. Why? Because that's not how the news circulated. We're addicted to news. They sell us news. They pump news to us. But we've developed a negative instinct. Now, for black people, it's been worse. We've been living in a negative surrounding for a long time. And that negative surrounding is we're stating what happened as if what is going to happen. Now, what had happened, happened. And what happened was horrible. But it doesn't mean it can happen again the same way. That's not how life works at all. At all. A lot of us who quote history that's another flaw, because history works until it doesn't. That's why over-reliance upon data is dangerous. Data is a tool, but it's not an answer. Otherwise, IBM would be the richest company in the world because remember they had the smartest computer. Data's not enough. We're going to go back to circle of competence. How to know if you have competence. We're going to get back to that. Ego is the enemy over... Ego, we talked about ego is the enemy again. Confidence over... let's say... ego is the enemy over confidence. Confidence in our competence, yeah. Confidence in our competence. No shortcuts. That's good. We talked about having no shortcuts. Surface competence, meaning that, reading books, thinking you're very competent when you really have surface competence. Competence is not static, meaning that once you become intelligent, you don't stay intelligent. I don't give a shit what degree you got 20 years ago. That degree is old as you. Competence takes time. There's no fast track to competence. The importance of curiosity, stay Lily. That's a new brand. Stay Lily. Stay curious. Seek out feedback. Always be monitoring. That's what we talked about actually today with you, Lily, was monitoring, feedback, and competence, and curiosity. Excuse me. And the importance of reflection. If you don't have any reflection time, You can't keep learning a lot of information and never have time to reflect. If you don't reflect, you're not growing. Because you can just start, it's almost like you're trying to take a fucked up recipe and just keep adding good ingredients. Ain't nobody eating that shit. All right, let's go to the next one. First slide. Ready? Let's get down.
Even if we're careful to know the boundaries and take them seriously, we can't always operate inside our circles. Life is simply not that forgiving. We have to make HR decisions without being experts in human psychology, implement technology without having the faintest idea how to fix it if something goes wrong, or design products with an imperfect understanding of our customers. These decisions may be outside our circles, but they still have to get made.
That's this whole paragraph here. You can't always operate inside your circle. Some of you guys are going to learn about the circle of competence and try to make everything within your circle of competence. Now you're going into perfectionism. That's the difference between excellence and perfectionism. Excellence is trying new things, accepting that it may not work, but always trying to deliver at the best you can deliver at all times and questioning what that is. Perfectionism is having a standard that you're always trying to reach for that will all actually break your production, because now it almost creates a hesitation and procrastination because you want everything to be perfect. Like people who suffer from perfectionism, they just procrastinate because they're trying to make everything perfect. You gotta get out and try some shit, break some stuff, test some stuff, and then learn through the experience. That's what real life, that's what grown-up folks do. In school, they try, when you go through certain levels of school, you're measured by your ability to show up to the material. But in real life, you're measured by your curiosity and your expansion, your growth, and the way you're processing the world around you. So this is an excellent statement about, as we talk about circle of competence, let's not turn it into perfectionism. Next slide.
Side note, the problem of incentives can really skew how much you can.
Okay, before we get into this real quick, this is the beginning of something I'm going to get into really deep. Pay attention to what I'm about to say here, because pay attention to this passage here. This whole little section here is how you actually control people. Go ahead.
The problem of incentives can really skew how much you can rely on someone else's circle of competence. This is particularly acute in the financial realm. Until recently, nearly all financial products we might be pushed into had commissions attached to them. In other words, our advisor made more money by giving us one set of advice than another, regardless of his wisdom. Fortunately, the rise of things like index funds of the stock and bond markets has mostly alleviated the issue.
Go ahead.
It goes beyond sales, of course. Whenever we are getting advice, it is from a person whose set of incentives is not the same as ours.
So, rule number one, when you're dealing with people, learn their incentives. I don't give a shit about their background, their past, their experience. The incentives trumps their definition, their title, and why they're there. This is the beginning of the learning. Incentives are so powerful. Incentives can cause you to kill your own child. Incentives are very, very, it's one of the most powerful manipulators of human beings. So when somebody shows up to sell you something, the first question you ask before you even listen to what they're telling you is, what is their incentive? Anybody walks up to me and tries to sell me something, I'm looking at your incentive before I even listen to what, I'm gonna ask you questions around your incentives first. So that helps me, let me know at what level, who are you, why are you here? There's no way in the world car salesman has your back. So all that language of, I see you, I'm trying to build a fake relationship with you, they have a different incentive. Cut it out. Keep going.
It is not being cynical to know that this is the case and then to act accordingly.
Keep going, next one. Critically.
Critically, we must keep in mind that our circles of competence extend only so far. There are boundaries on the areas in which we develop the ability to make accurate decisions. In any given situation, there are people who have a circle. who have put in the time and effort to really understand the information.
So you're working in a company. And I know when you first start running any kind of business, you're wearing multiple hats, right? You're taking one hat off, you put another hat on, wearing one hat, put another hat on. Don't let that confuse you that you have the circle of competence. When your company starts to grow, learn which hat you actually own and which one you're just wearing. You just wearing because of your ego, or you just trying to get the job done. Let's say you have no janitorial skills, but every day you sweep the office up and clean it up, right? Well, it might be clean to your standards right now, and then you hire somebody to clean, you go, oh, this is what clean looks like. That's that person's circle of competence. Let's say you're handling sales every day, and you're doing pretty good. You've been bringing, but you hire a real salesperson in, and your numbers go through the roof. The clearer you are on your circle of competence, the faster you can scale your company correctly and know where the investment. I think Shakina was asking me about what stocks should she invest in. I told her it's called Pinpoint. She said, what? I said, because the highest return is your business. She said, well, where should I invest in? This is the answer right here. Where's your weaknesses at? Where are you weak at? It could be peeps, because when you hire somebody, you're not paying for an employee. You're not giving them money. They're not taking money in the company. You're investing in them. Every employee is just an investment. That's all they are. They're investments. And you expect a return. They're supposed to enhance the business so strong that the business can now increase its return. But in order for you to know that, you have to be very clear in which area in your business you're actually, what area of competence that you're actually weak in. But when you start thinking you're a jack of all trades, you become blind to your internal business weaknesses. Right? Okay. Did we finish that one yet?
Nope.
Okay, good one.
It is also important to remember that no one can have a circle of competence that encompasses everything.
You don't know everything.
There is only so
Real
much.
quick.
No.
You don't know everything. This is one of the things that Shakina used to be queen of. I learned how to do that back in the days. I know how to do that too. I learned this too. When you learn something, once again, if you ain't been doing it all the time, it's not your circle of competence. But if you think you know something that you've done back in the days and you still don't do it, you now have blind spots because all you're speaking from is your ego. The reason I will now not listen to you is not because I don't trust you. I think you're a good person. I think you're one amazing person. Great, the best people in the world. Superior people in the world. She should have her own Mount Rushmore by herself. Where I'm going with this is that her ego was talking to me and she can't see her blind spots. But it's up to me to see her blind spots. So when people come to you and they have multiple skills, automatically all your alarms should go to red light. Oh, I can work on this. I can fix that for you. I can do this for you. Oh, I know how to do that. I need to do that too. Whoa, that's not your circle of competence. And because their ego, they don't know what they don't know. And the only person going to be victimized is you for trusting them. Don't let them hit you with the guilt trip. Well, you don't believe in me. Just let your ego go la, 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 la. And then lie if you have to. No, I think you're the most amazing person where I believe in you. I saluted you the other day and I prayed to you last night. But no. Because this is real about circle of competence. This is a distortion we have because we're amongst a people and a culture who's been belittled. And since I've been teaching this class for the last 7 years, the most powerful thing I've noticed is that the biggest thing that this class suffers from every year is people feel like they're not good enough. Deep down inside, they don't feel like they're good enough. So your ego becomes really, really strong, and you want to qualify yourself every time you get a chance, or you want to fake it until you make it. I don't give a shit how you arrive there, but somehow you arrive there. Well, that's cool. But once you understand people's circle of competence, then you don't say, I spent money with Shabisha, and I try to spend money with black people, but oh my God, she wasn't shit. No, you don't know how to read people's circle of competence. Shabisha was just over here at her job flipping burgers. And now she about to do your goddamn taxes. Help me, Lord. Help me. And now you won't blame her. She gave me a discount, but I was trying to help black people. But instead of going to a place that's what they do all the time. That's what they're known for. And they have a higher level of accountability and there's a circle of competence. You put the pressure on her and now you want to demonize her. That wasn't her. Her ego, first of all, she didn't intentionally lie to you. This is when you have to hold two separate things at the same time, two opposites in your brain at the same time. She did not lie to you because what she told you was the truth based upon what she thought she knew. She doesn't know what she doesn't know. It's up to you to see her blind spots and make the call. That's game. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna fix this damn thing. Hold on a second. Okay. All right, where we at? Did we finish that one? Or did we go? No. It's
there's
important to remember. Yeah.
There's only so much you can know with great depth of understanding. This is why being able to identify your circle and knowing how to move around outside of it is so important.
So even when you're not in your circle of competence, you move outside around your circle of competence. Humility. This goes back to what Court was just saying. And when you're outside your circle of competence, stay humble. If you absolutely don't know, don't tell yourself you know, and you'll learn faster. Can you develop multiple levels of competence? Yes, you can. But often we shut off our own personal growth because we know what we don't know already. We know what we don't know already. All right, let's go to the next slide.
Ignorance more often begets confidence than knowledge.
Say it again, because you know sometimes you speak that black language that comes from West Oakland, and the folks from New York that's listening to us right now may be like, "Yo, kid, I don't know what the fuck she said." Let's try it one more time.
Ignorance more often begets confidence than knowledge.
Ignorance. People who are running around confident about all the things they can do comes from ignorance more than knowledge. Knowledge makes you humble. Knowledge, you can walk in a room with confidence and somebody can say something, you're like, "Hey, is there something there?" You're too cute. This confidence things that we have, this serious high level confidence, a lot of times is anchored in ignorance. High levels of confidence is often anchored in ignorance. Because once you learn more, you realize, I think Albert just said it to me the other day. He said the more he learned, the more he realized he didn't know nothing. So running around with high levels of confidence all the time, like it doesn't mean that you don't, when it's time to serve your lemonade, you need to serve the hell out of that lemonade. Your lemonade might be a C plus or a B minus, but you're gonna act like it's an A plus a day. Right? But it doesn't mean that when the day's over, you don't go home and try to get better. That's the difference. Wherever you at, you come hard. But once you go home, you become humble and become a student again. What many of us do is we'll look at the numbers we sold that day. We look at the margins of the day, the margins. And when we look at those margins, we assume that our yearly average is going to be cool because of what we don't realize our average is going to suck because we might be doing good right now until the competition sets up next door to us and does it better. A lot of times when you start a bad business, all you do is prime the market for a better business. Hey, my real partner over there. But I don't think we understand. A lot of times we got this impression that the first is the best. Or if I'm the first one to the market, I shouldn't tell anybody. No, the market says that the first often doesn't win. It's the one who does it the best who wins. So a lot of times when you start you start a new business and you do it poorly, all you do is prime the market for somebody to come along, for a better business to come along and take it away from you. That's all you're doing. That's all you're doing. So at the end of the day, the market doesn't give a shit about none of our stories. It just doesn't. People don't think about you, Kaja. They think about themselves. And if you ain't serving me, I don't even give a fuck about you. It's that simple. I mean, that's how the market works. Like, is anybody right now thinking about Walmart's clothing brand? Did you see? That's fucked up because Walmart worked really hard. There's people out there that really care. See, you guess what? You don't give a fuck. You only care about the brands who give a fuck about you. Somebody likes Nike. Somebody likes Adidas. Somebody likes some Gucci and Louis Vuitton up in here. Right? Did you say yes, Lord? Okay, because you know you're Jewish. You can't say yes, Lord. So anyway, the point is this. Hey, I'm sorry. I'm going to tell jokes to being here. That's just the way we get down. Point is this. Going back to, I want to stay closer because I can really go off to a tangent. You're walking around, when you're in this entrepreneur game, see, when you're in corporate, you got to play to win trust. Play confident to win trust. Nobody wants to hear a leader in corporate or government say, well, I'm not sure. We got to figure this out. They want to hear somebody in leadership say, oh, I know where we need to go, even though he doesn't know where to go, or she doesn't know where to go, right? In the entrepreneur world, you can't afford to play that stupid ass game. Because at the end of the day, there is no one way of doing anything, and you're always changing. You don't plant your seed and just wait for the tree to grow, and that's the tree that's going to be there until you die. The ground is shifting at all times. So there's no reason at all to be super confident, because whatever worked yesterday may not work tomorrow. All right, next slide.
Staying in your circle. The idea, a circle of competence in the realm of investments, was stated very well by Berkshire Hathaway's Warren Buffett.
Yes.
When asked, he recommended that each individual stick to their area of special competence and be very reluctant to stray. For when we stray too far, we get into the areas where we don't even know what we don't know. We may not even know the questions we need to ask.
Now, I'm going to get to Bitcoins or stocks. And that's fine, but start the process today to be in the game about 2 years from now. First of all, it's a gambling game. But number two, there's a level of knowledge you need to have. Oh, I want to share a story about, so, I ride my bike. I ride my road bike. I'm going to ride tomorrow. And say I ride like 25, 30 miles. Do some hills, up and down hills. Do some wind work where you ride into the wind. And then I come back. And I have a tracker that's attached to my front wheel that tells me how fast I'm going. It tells me how many miles I've covered. And then I have something that measures the amount of energy I put into my pedals to tell me how much energy I'm using. And it helps me measure how many calories I burned. But let me share something with you that fucks me up. When a thing comes on and it states to me, like it gives me an update every mile, right? Now, when you're riding your bike through the city, you can ride hella fast for like six blocks and hit a stop sign or a light. And you slow down, right? Then you rev back up and you take off again. Or you have to wait to turn a corner because cars are coming. But there's some kind of traffic reason you have to adjust all the time in speed. So let's say on average, I'm riding 22 miles per hour. But I stop at a stop sign every once in a while. When the voice comes on, it says your average speed, it doesn't give you my average, it gives you my margins. It doesn't look at my margin, it gives you my average. It says your average speed is 15 miles per hour. I'm looking at this thing saying 22. But it takes the slow speed, the high speeds, the ups, the downs, the margins, and it takes the margins and it averages them out and says 15 miles per hour. If I look at this thing that says 15 miles per hour, you swear to God, if I got home and it just says, none of you average 15 miles per hour, your brain just automatically assumes that it just took, it doesn't look at my margins, it's just my averages. You'll say, none of you wasn't running that fast. But in order for you to get an idea of how I'm riding, you would have to look at my margins and say, oh, you rode 25 miles per hour for half a mile. And then you slow down to 2 miles per hour. Then you rev back up to 21 miles per hour for another half a mile, and then it read it. But when it averaged the total out, it may came down to 16 miles per hour. So what that does is, that's how you run a business. That's how you look at your numbers. Remember I talked about averages and margins earlier in the year? Those are two different experiences. I get discouraged when I hear them talk to me because I'm like, I know I'm breathing hard and I'm gunning it. And it said 15 miles per hour. I do 15 miles per hour to warm up. But if I sat the stoplight too long and the clock is still ticking and it's using some kind of measurement system, it looks at your averages. This is why as a business sometimes, if you look at every day P&L, your P&L sheets every day, profit and losses, you will lose your brain. Because you may have 10 days where it look like you wasn't making nothing. You may have one day you just killing it. But your averages have nothing to do with how the day showed up. It's what you make at the end of that month or what you make at the end of that year, right? Or sometimes you can measure something by average and really need to pay attention to your margins. Knowing when to look at your averages and when to look at your margins are so critical. I'm gonna come back to that again, but I wanna give that example because there was an example where I'm thinking about my margins and the machine is talking about my averages and I don't like it because that's not what I'm doing. And I get home and it says, oh, no, you rode 15 or 14 miles per hour. Well, it doesn't tell you the stop signs, the lights, brakes, whatever. It's all equated and it reduced my time. But if you were able to just see my margins, you're like, dude, you got a 25, 32? God damn, you ride fast, right? So that's one of those critical things. Even working out, if you learn the difference between look at your workout through margins versus look at your workout through averages. Now I look at my workout overall as averages. Meaning I don't go in the gym and go, I worked out really hard today. Woo, really hard. It means nothing. What does my average say, right? My body's gonna respond to the average. But your brain quite often will talk about margins to all your friends. Yeah, today I did this. By the way, I did squat 315 to the floor. I was showing the video before class. Those of you at home, I'll make sure I post it in the group. That way you can watch this magnificent squat to the floor. That is, at the age of 54, I've still dropped it to like it's hot at 54 with 350 on my back. What are you talking about? Hey, when you put 350 on your back, you can call it what you want to call it. I can call it what I want to call it as well. Anyway, point is this. And so let's go back to that. But that margin, if that's all I did, it means nothing. How often do I squat? That's an average. That's what my body's going to respond to. So just knowing the difference between how to look at your business from averages and margins, as opposed to some of us just move through a margin, some of us move through averages. Oh, I did good last year. Well, let's look at your margins. What does that mean? Where are some opportunities here that you don't see? Right? So there's just learning how to dance between the two. All right, let's get down. Would you stay in your circle? Is that what we did that one?
No, we did that one.
Okay, next one.
Yep.
Okay.
The CEO, Rose Blumkin, spoke little English and could barely read or write, yet had a head for two things, numbers and home furnishings.
Mm-hmm.
She stuck to those areas and built one of the country's great retailing establishments. Here it is in Buffett's words.
This story right here reminds me of early court stories. When court talks about his early successes, it's like, I don't know a lot of stuff, but I do know what I do know. Go ahead, keep going.
I couldn't have given her $200 million worth of Berkshire Hathaway stock when I bought the business because she doesn't understand stock. She understands cash. She understands furniture. She understands real estate. She doesn't understand stocks, so she doesn't have anything to do with them. If you deal with Mrs. B in what I would call her circle of competence, she is going to buy 5,000 end tables this afternoon, if the price is right. She is going to buy 20 different carpets in odd lots and everything else like that, snaps fingers, because she understands carpets. She wouldn't buy 100 shares of General Motors if it was at 50 cents a share.
So that's the last one. Kind of what that story is so tight is because this will also help you avoid all these popular when you go into business for yourself. And Court will tell you this: new trends come around every year. You need to. This is a new thing to be doing. Stay in your circle of competence. If you want to expand your circle of competence, then expand your circle of competence. But don't jump on hearsay and this person told me and this is what I like. Like the other day when Josh tried to share some information with me, and I stopped him and ceased him in his communication because it wasn't his circle of competence. So why are you sharing this with me? You don't even own this information to share with me, and I can't even debate against you. One, I don't really care about it, but number two, I can't trust the source of information because you didn't even vet the person correctly to say that they had a circle of confidence, right? And a lot of times, if we start to use this tool on hearsay in business, we will save ourselves, 40% of our time will be saved. Because a lot of times we end up chasing badass ideas that eat up so much. Am I lying, Shakina? Am I lying, Court? How much bad time? That's how business works. Everybody has bad advice. There's so much bad advice out here, it's ridiculous. The way you can slow down bad advice is learn the rules of circle of competence. The way you can learn how to collaborate with people, learn the rules of circle of competence. The way you can learn, I promise you, if you learn this rule of circle of competence, get past all these emotions and all these feelings, like learn how to see people's circle of competence, because everybody has a circle of competence. Everybody has a circle of competence. That old country dude who comes from the farm has a circle of competence. And trust me, when I walk into people's circle of competence, I stop giving advice. Like when I took my motorcycle to get more bass. That's just how I get down. I'm just sorry, I'm from East Oakland. It got hella bass now. Yeah, I raised the bass up to the next levels, right? Because I need that kind of bass when I'm passing your house. You think it's a car, but it's really my bike. So I take my bike in to get some bass, and I told the dude, I was like, yo, my man, I just need 15 to 20% more bass. I don't care how you do it, what my cost is, I'm cool with it. Just give me more bass. He says, well, we ain't gonna need to change much. Okay, hey man, I said, look, at first I was like, well, what about, I went to go, what about, I was like, wait a minute, that's not my circle of competence. I said, this is not what I know. And if I start trying to tell you what I saw on YouTube, this is where we go wrong. We go on YouTube, we think we got a circle of competence. That's surface knowledge. He does this every day. He has a high level success rate, right? At this point, I said, I just want 20% more base. I want this amount of mids protected and this amount of the highest protected. After that, do your thing. I came back, he charged me $900, and that shit slaps. Now, in my mind, thinking, you're going to need to put some 8s in there, some 10s in there. You're going to give me this, I need to. I'm from East Oakland. Sorry, y'all. I'm sorry for those who've been disappointed. Think I'm about to go to your little lawyers get together. Fuck y'all. I'm East Oakland to my heart. And when I'm on my heart, I want that shit to slap. He left the 4 6x9 and 4 6x9s in there, but he turned the mids and the tweeters off and turned the 6x9s into 4 woofers. Don't matter. The shit's amazing, right? And all he had to do is add another amplifier and do some adjustments, and the shit was that much fire. What I'm trying to say is that a lot of times we go to experts and try to give them what we saw on a YouTube or what somebody said. Now, it's not to say that if you don't trust, like say you go to a mechanic and you're a woman, okay, maybe you should do some research and ask questions. You should always ask questions. You should never just take over my life. But stop acting like you're the expert when you don't have any background in that field. And it doesn't, like I said, always ask questions. I had my tax person give me some bad advice one time. And I went home and researched it. Then I went to another tax circle, somebody who had expertise, and said, hey, and I went to another person expertise, and I found sources of expertise and said, okay, hey, that's questionable. You're kind of leaning towards your bias. But what I don't do is walk in there and say, I want you to do it this way, this way, because that's what I think is right. When you're managing your employees, hire people who are talented, they have a circle of competence, so you can build a smart relationship with them so they can actually help lead you in better directions. Stop trying to make yourself the smartest person in the room. You never can be that, because you can't have a circle of competence in everything. All right, let's get to a cognitive distortion. Any questions before we break into cognitive distortions? Oh, right on, Lily. Right on, family. Right on, Blair. That's my player partner over there, Lily. Okay, so all right, let's jump into this. So we're gonna shift a little energy right now. Now we're gonna get back into you. This is about you. This is business, but this is about the way you think. So remember, we talked about where kind of distortions come from, how kind of distortions, how we all have them. They're part of our heuristics of the way our brain works. Our brain is designed for survival, not rationalization. Human beings are not rational. We have a different form of logic, which is called survival. And most of our thinking is based around survival. So with that being said, let's get into this first kind of distortion of personalization. Now, this is a flaw of thinking. Go ahead.
Personalization.
Oh, sorry. There you go.
Personalization leads you to believe that you're responsible for events that, in reality, are completely or partially out of your control. This cognitive distortion often results in you feeling guilty or assigning blame without contemplating all factors involved.
So a lot of times this happens with people in our lives, friends in our life, that we start to blame ourselves for things that even some children when they're young, they blame themselves for their parents falling apart, right? We blame ourselves for our parents' behavior quite often. We blame ourselves for things that happen in the community. We blame ourselves for so many different things. So go ahead and give some example.
Examples: your child has an accident and you blame yourself for allowing them to go to that party. You feel that if your partner had woken earlier, you would have been ready on time for work. With personalizing, you also take things personally.
So you know how in this class, people get mad at me sometimes when I'm teaching and I never called out their name? How do you know they're mad? Huh? How do you know they're mad? Oh, because it comes back to me. Always does. There's always somebody, none of you was offending me whenever, or you made me upset. I was really angry with you. That's a mental distortion. Why are you angry with me? I didn't tell you you wasn't shit. You personalized everything. When people, like, for example, remember I said earlier, if I don't call out your name, then why are you becoming sensitive? Everybody been in this class. Anybody been in this class? We can say the first three up front. We got so many people online. Folks online, y'all need to start showing up so folks can y'all be part of this. We got like 90 to 100 people online. But everybody in this class seen people get personalized, things I've said in this class. And a plethora of people have done that.
Me.
Yeah, it should be personalized in the beginning. In the beginning you did. Yeah. Right. And the thing is, I'm not even talking to you. I'm sharing ideas and principles of how to think, to move in the wild a certain kind of way. And people personalize it. You even hear a subtle version of a salted version, I feel like he was talking to me. How could that be? Unless there's some real freaky stuff that you think I got that kind of cameras in your house. How can that be? Right? But that's a distortion your brain creates. And sometimes when you get mad at people, if somebody's not directly coming for you, that's probably that personalization distortion. Next one. First of all, you also take things, okay. Go ahead, your friend.
Your friend is talking about their personal beliefs regarding parenting, and you take their words as an attack against your parenting style.
Same thing happens in class. So as I'm talking about something that's, to me, that happens to be relative to you, you personalize it as I'm talking about you. Some of y'all are so deep in this personalization, distortion, you have very few friends. Matter of fact, the friends you have very weak friends. Because your friends have to be almost narcissistic supporting. They have to support whatever if you say, they have to be able to change their views on the drop of a dime to make you comfortable. A lot of artists go through this shit. Right? The reality is that most people are not thinking about you. Even the close ones to you, not thinking about you. Sometimes people just say shit because they're just processing. It's unfortunate you think it's personal. It's unfortunate you get mad. And then at the end of the day, you started building up negative residue about people around you when it wasn't about you.
I feel like the expectation that people are supposed to cater to that is so common in our culture that now we're being trained to do something that's impossible, which is to not make people who personalize feel like you're saying something that they're personal.
The whole social justice movement is based on this shit. I use the example of the word punk the other day, right? So if I went to a gay person and say, you're a punk, that's derogatory because I'm trying to hurt that person. Unacceptable, cannot be permitted on no level. If I'm working out with court and I say, man, stop being a punk, right? That's not the same terminology in the same context. If you personalize it and you're across the room because you heard me say it, that's a problem, right? Or let's say me and you get in an argument and I say something that's inappropriate. Why are you mad unless I hit that woman, or take money from that woman, or try to sexually molest that woman? Why are you mad if I say, look, woman, oh, see that? Oh, you hear what he said over there? If you don't sit your fucked up life ass down, right? Like we over personalize, and even like, so let's say, let's change again. Let's use the word punk again. I'm going to a punk rock concert. What do I do with the LGBTQ plus? I'm not saying just them black folks, we do it. White men, white women, everybody's doing this now. So this is not a focus on LGBTQ plus community. This is a focus on how all of us are making this world about us. We're personalizing everything. Look, personalization of language from another culture or another belief or another person who says, gay people don't like that. First of all, who in the fuck are you to say what gay people don't like? Oh, that's just a big ass. I can't even tell you black people don't like that. Who in the fuck am I to say black? That's like you say black people won't vote for Trump. Yes, they do. Some black people even ride with him really, really deep. Get the fuck out of here. But personalization, where I was going with this. This is roll back, because I talk about the Trump threw me off. So a lot of times we're out here personalizing so much, we're purifying culture. We're stripping culture down. When black people use the N-word a certain kind of way, and it's a language of internment, but it's also because they're coping with their stressful position. If I'm walking down the street, I don't use the N-word at all. That's not the language I use. It's not used in my house. None of my kids, nobody uses it. Not at least in my house, they won't. And if I'm walking down the street and one of my partners say, yo, my N, what's up? I will almost not even hear the N-word, and I feel the energy of the love they're trying to show me. I say, yo, what's up, folks? Right? The same turn could be like, yo, my N, what's up? And I'm going to turn my body to position like, oh, we getting down? Right? Because I can tell the difference. But when some third party over here on the motherfucking internet can hear me say the same words and assign meaning to it, you're purifying. Guess what you're doing? The same thing you don't want to happen, which is one group control the way that everybody shows up. Are you fucking serious? Have you ever sat inside the gay community? Some of them got some cold way of talking to each other. Like, because we work in the gay community often, and I'm sitting in the room going, okay, just like if you whites in a room with black folks talking shit, you don't say shit. When the gay community start using that language back and forth, they're not all just politically correct, not at all. We're weaponizing that shit because we're personalizing, which is a cognitive distortion. Remember I told y'all that the social justice movement is full of cognitive distortions. It just is. It just is. I can't wait till about 20 years from now we start to say, I can't believe we used to believe in that shit. We're a culture of, humans are very, very diverse. It's 8 billion people. We're not, one size will never fit all. It doesn't work. That's what makes life beautiful. If one size fit all, we all could die together too. All right, let's keep rolling. Next slide.
Control fallacies. The word fallacy refers to an illusion, misconception, or error. Control fallacies can go two opposite ways. You either feel responsible or in control of everything in your and other people's lives, or you feel you have no control at all over anything in your life.
Let me, this one right here is a sneaky one. Raise your hands if you ever experienced this. Somebody who's very, very good. Kasha hand went up. I didn't even, y'all wrong, because their hands went up like this. I don't know what you're going to say, but yes, I felt that way. Look, oh, I love my people. Have you ever experienced a situation where somebody who's controlling but will always talk about how they don't have control, or they feel like they're being controlled, or they feel like they under control? That shit is so common. So common. My own wife was raised in an authoritarian household. So which a lot of black people were raised in those kind of households. Do what I say, not what you think. That's how it should be framed. Do what I say, not what you think. There's very little room for exploration. The only thing you want to explore is what I just told you to do. Explore how you gonna get that shit done. And if you didn't get it done, I'm gonna whoop that ass. That's very authoritarian. But what that is also is a very strong controlling system. And quite often, we don't know how to be around. Now, why is this so important? When you work with grown human beings professionally, and you got a control problem, you will never have the best people work with you. You'll work with nothing but trash the rest of your life. Because you got to let people kind of organically show up and fit, not force them to be a diamond, a square, or a triangle, or a rectangle. You can't micromanage people. You got to manage the outcome and realize that everybody will get there in different paths. You got to learn how to learn differences, not define differences. You got to learn how not to control. And here's the thing. Some of us think we're not controlling because we don't directly, harshly control, but we control by emotions. Anger, snapping, attitude. Extremely controlling. Some of us control by arguing. You keep arguing with somebody, but ultimately if the person responds to you, you control them. Some of y'all got real good, like Josh, and controls his sex. Hey, look, Josh like, God damn, why am I here? Why? He just turned red. Like, see, Josh, you can't cap on Josh and not know you got him because he turns red. Some of y'all black asses, I never know if I got you, but him, he done turned about burgundy right now. Anyway, Lily, go ahead. Look at that boy. Look, that boy like a tomato back there. Here we go ahead.
I want to ask, what is the difference between control versus accountability? Like someone tells you they have a goal they want to achieve, so you're holding them accountable to the goal that they told you they want to achieve versus you trying to control them.
Control is the details between the starting point and the ending point. So with my team, I might say, hey, this is what needs to be done. How do you think what is going to require for you to get it done? Not this is what needs to be done. So do this, do this, do this, do this, do this. That's the lower your labor, the more controlling it is. Like, when you're working down, it's like fries must be ready at a certain amount of time. Put them over here. Do this, do that, do this, this. When it gets busy, do this. When it gets slow, do that. Right? The higher you get up on quality of labor, you can't do that. You got thinkers. Thinkers will never be controlled like that. Thinkers is, hey, here's a challenge in front of us. How can we solve it? The thinker will say, here's my approach and strategy. Can you get that done? Yes. Will you have it to me on Thursday? Yes. I see you on Thursday. Over with. Once you start saying, now it's different if you say, hey, I'm going to check in with you on Tuesday to make sure everything's going cool so I can relax for Thursday. Is everything cool on Tuesday? Cool. Right? But if you start calling them on Tuesday, okay, so did you do this? Okay, did you do that? Okay, did you do this? Okay, call here. Okay, let me see your list. Let me see your schedule. Can you do it this way? Okay, well, I don't like that. You should do it more like this. Okay, put it over here. I designed it like this, so put it over here. If you hire a group of people, let's say you had an office where everything on the wall sat in a certain space. Every time you get past a certain group of people, those spaces are going to change. So if you say, this is the way I want my office to look all the time, don't grow. Once you grow, that shit changes.
So then how can you be better with accountability but not control?
Accountability is you hire the right people to do the right job. Two, you design an environment that supports the right people to do the right job. So it's about, I'm going to get to this a little bit later, ecosystems over, which I'm going to get to through the principles, but ecosystems over individual control. You design a system if you want to change human behavior, you design an environment that shapes that behavior. You don't go in there and individually control them. You just can't. Like, imagine today, KKK going to East Oakland trying to control somebody. Bad idea. Bad idea. Cats gonna kill him. Straight up. Okay. The dope here is about to speak.
I'm struggling with this because to me, there's a fine line between controlling and someone has to be driving the pace, right? Like I had this experience and it was one of my first times working with creatives and we would set a deadline. It wouldn't be met. We would set a different deadline or trying to understand the differences
Fire that
in the
person.
way people
Fire.
work.
Fire. That means that person's not qualified. Part of is that's trust and integrity, right? If I ask you for a deadline, you can't deliver, I'm firing you, right? That's a different. My job is not to make you better. My job is to find the best, right? And a lot of times, some of us are. Corey talk about this. Sometimes you're trying to fix people with your business. Don't do that. If you're fixing people with you got only so much energy, and a business only has so much energy. Look at energy as money, right? You only have so much energy to spend a day. If I'm spending most of that energy trying to fix you, where do I have time and energy for my customers?
Okay.
So if I call you and say, I need this done on Thursday, you say, oh, and I come around and say, hey, it's Thursday, what's up? Oh, see, what happened was, oh, okay, well, hey, listen, it's been wonderful. I'm gonna send you half that payment or a quarter of that payment, whatever I feel like I need to pay you, right? And I'm looking for somebody else. Or if you even insist that's gonna happen, you already have somebody pre-lined up because if that person drops the ball, you're ready to go.
Are you aware that it's a popular mindset in the Bay that when you work with creatives, they don't work with deadlines, or it's common if they don't answer your text or your inquiry?
No, it's not common. No.
Like that feels like the perception because that was a lot of what I would hear.
Look, watch this. We're gonna do like twin moves. Do this. Come on, watch this.
Okay.
No.
I felt
That's our
no
first twin
too,
move for the
but
day. You missed that one,
wasn't the
Shabisha.
messaging I got.
So you know
But
what
I
it
felt
is?
the same thing else.
It's who you're working with. In the Bay Area, there is a. Which one?
How you used to talk about how like people walk into like Hotel 5 and they walk into a nice restaurant, they change their whole outfit.
Yeah. So, I used to pay attention to dope dealers and pimps back in the days, right? And when in the hood, they do hood shit, right? But when they went to like the W Hotel back in the days, they would do W Hotel shit. They would behave in a way that fit the environment they existed in, right? And expectations were set around them. One, we have to set the expectations. Two, depend on what pay scale you're tapping into. That really matters, right? Three, it's you'd be surprised. A long time ago, Shakita came to me and asked me about somebody who was supposedly treating her bad. And I said, I can't answer that question. And she said, what? Right? Because she's pouring out like, this person treat me like shit, Nana. What's your thoughts? And I said, have you asked yourself how you showing up? We have to always start there. What can I do to improve the way people show up to my deadlines? Do you understand the kind of clients I have? If I was to miss my deadlines, what would happen to me? I can't miss deadlines. And so to miss a deadline is in 17 years, Mashama missed one deadline and he said I did it on purpose. Right? You just can't. That's the difference between professionals and novice. In the Bay Area, we have a lot of novice and you don't see their circle of competence. If you go back to our previous lesson, you'll know how to scan the field you're looking at to find the professionals. But when you say in the Bay Area, that means what you see, because you don't see the Bay Area, there's no such thing. But what you've come across and what you experience performs like this. That means you have to change the way you're showing up, what you see, and what you're engaging, and what you're willing to spend. If you came to Fight Team Media and you want, well, right now we're way out of certain, but let's say we Fight Team Media 7 years ago. We might have been at a pay where we might say, okay, you come in around 10,000. But you come in at that kind of cost, it's gonna cost you 10,000, where maybe you can go to somebody else like Cousin JoJo for 2,000. But what you're paying for that 8,000 is quality delivery and a certain level of expectations that are set for that cost, right? So people who perform charge more. But I promise you, I know what you're talking about because there is a lot of people that I won't hire, he won't hire. And we know them. And also, too, another area of circle of competence is that you, the new person in town, think you understand the town. We're the lifers. We know the bullshitters and the realers. And the bullshitters look better than the realers half the time. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I was also going to say, Kaja, have you ever had a friend, a close friend, that you guys had a good relationship? You a dope relationship for years, and there were other people who talked so much shit about your friend or how bad he or she treated them and how fucked up that person was, but that person never treated you like that. So that's the same thing that could be happening. It's also you know what I'm saying, how you're showing up to them. Because if you show up and you prime them that you cool with things, or you frustrated easy, or then certain people will behave under your leadership differently that they'll behave under someone else's. So it's like the pimp. Like pimps know when they walk into a Gucci store to act Gucci, but if they go to the hood, it'd be a completely different. So some of it is who not to fuck with, but the other one is how you showing up as a leader. So sometimes when that happens to me, I ask myself, what the fuck am I doing what am I doing that they think that's okay? How am I showing up where they think that's okay? It's on me because whether or not they do that with somebody else, I'm giving them that feeling that that's cool to do. So you got to check that.
Yeah, to double tap on what he just said, people are scared to fuck with me if they're not going to perform. They'll just avoid me. They're scared to fuck with me if they don't perform. Because I bring so much heat. If you step into my space, I'm a person about excellence since I've been around. Josh and Josiah's known me for a long time, way before I taught this stuff when I was more on the tactical work level. And they tell you, I've always been that way. And if I call you to fuck with me, if back in the days when I was taking pictures and your job was just to carry the lights, let me catch you distracted when I need you to show up. Let me catch you distracted when I need you to show up. If I'm taking pictures and you decide you want to get into a side conversation, because my team must move like this, because in the end, we're one. And don't join my team if you're not ready to perform. I'm gonna perform at the NBA. If you want to do that G League shit, find somebody else to fuck with. But I got high standards, and I will. But here's the thing: I also will pay you. When it comes time to, have you ever had to negotiate money with? Have I ever said to you, "Let me get you next time"? Okay, you know what? He been waiting to get my ass back the whole time. He like, come on, give me one. Just give me one. I pay, right? And I also understand I pay people professionally. I pay you professionally. I have professional expectations, and when you don't show up, I'm swift. I don't have no problem chopping a person off, because I don't. Everybody who wants to be in the NBA don't follow NBA practices. They don't grow with NBA disciplines. Sometimes people belief gets in front of their skills. That's why only so many people will actually play in the NBA, and a lot of people will never even make it to fucking G League. Right? You have to perform at a certain level. And so when you're in this game of competition, we are seeking people who have a certain level of integrity. I would take integrity and behavior over skills any day. Integrity, behavior over skills all day long. I can grow skills, but I can't grow integrity and behavior. Well, I could, but it's just too expensive. The cost of it's too high. Give examples.
Examples. You couldn't complete a report that was due today. You immediately think, of course I couldn't complete it. My boss is overworking me, and everyone was so loud today at the office. Who can get anything done like that?
Tell me the whole black place. I'm talking about white people like that. Read that again, and just read again. I want y'all to read that, but this case, saying turn it to black folks and white folks the boss.
You couldn't complete a report that was due today. Black folks immediately think, of course I couldn't complete it today. These white folks, my white boss is overworking me. And all these white people were so loud today at the office. How can a black person get something done like that?
Tell me I don't process the world like that. The reason I ain't running my business, the reason this ain't happening, the reason this is not happening, the reason this can't be done, the reason this is going on. Mental distortion. Keep going.
In this example, you place all control of your behavior on someone else or an external circumstance.
If they didn't treat me like this, I wouldn't even be like this. If you didn't respond like, I wouldn't even show up like this. Y'all got me fucked. Y'all made me do this shit. I'm just trying to put in some language y'all heard before. Keep going.
This is an external control fallacy.
Keep going.
The other type of control fallacy is based on the belief that your actions and presence impact or control the lives of others.
So when you show up, the world changes. Go ahead.
You think you make someone else happy or unhappy. You think all of their emotions are controlled directly or indirectly by your behaviors.
Wait a minute. Did social justice people hear that? Read that one more time for social justice people who filtered and heard butterflies. Go ahead. Try again.
The other type of control fallacy is based on belief that your actions and presence impact or control the lives of others.
Wait a minute. So you mean that how I show up doesn't impact your life? That I didn't hurt you, but you hurt yourself? None of you hurt me. No, you hurt yourself, baby. I want you to see, in order for me to hurt you, you got to take what I just said, process it, and then hurt yourself. This is a strong kind of distortion. If you can work through this kind of distortion, it will change the whole what's going on out there? Good? Okay, well, make sure they don't mess with my car. You understand me? Yeah, look. But the point is this. So let's go over this again. Quite often, when somebody says you make somebody happy or unhappy, this is the whole social justice control mechanism. I have to behave this way to make you comfortable. I can't just be off. I can't be wrong. I can't be distorted. How I behave impacts you. Let me help you another one. What's wrong with black people? They get on my nerves. How do they get on your nerves? Could do with you. I'm not saying some things don't deal with you. Like, for example, if all black people in East Oakland start shooting and you live in East Oakland and then somebody starts shooting back, they won't be able to tell, which version of black people you are. I get that part. But sometimes we become disappointed in things that other people do that had nothing to do with us. We think that I was telling somebody earlier today, somebody asked this young lady, what is your definition of God? Lady said, my definition of God is not me. Because we have a God complex. The world starts with us and ends with us. And so the reality is this, that most of our personalization of things around us and what people are doing around us are this whole idea of that you can make somebody happy or unhappy. You know, in this relationship, you make me so happy, and without you, I wouldn't even be happy. I need you for my happiness. Do I make you happy? Oh, no. You can enhance my happiness, but you don't make me happy. If you don't believe it, let me become depressed and do the same shit. See what it works. It's always been about me. So stop looking for somebody to make you happy. Work on your own internal happiness and then share it with that person. Stop blaming the world for hurting your feelings and realize you hurt your feelings first. That's a hard one for a lot of y'all because ain't nobody been raised like that around now, especially nowadays. Oh, he called me something online. He bullied me. We should destroy him. Oh, I'm gonna stop him from shaming me by shaming him. Oh. I know that's a hard one to digest, but it's a mental distortion. And why that's it? Once you get that under your, I'm not saying you're gonna be perfect with this one, but if you start practicing this one, it almost makes you untouchable. Almost makes you untouchable. Let her finish this one first. You think? Go ahead.
You think you make someone else happy or unhappy. You think all of their emotions are controlled directly or indirectly by your behaviors.
And what you thinking? What'd I do? What did I say something to you? Why you mad at me or something? What's going on with you? Oh, okay. I see why you happy, girl. Huh? I'm here this room. You saw me come to this motherfucking room. You know what it is, huh? I'm going to keep doing that shit right there, huh? Whoa. I like my daughter says, wow. Dad, wow. My daughter does it to me all the time. I mean, that's how much the distortion, how powerful it is. We really have a God complex. We think everything starts and ends with us. Once again, best definition of God I've ever heard, not me. Okay. Now we're going to jump into, any questions? Anybody want to loosen up? Anyone want to stand up? Or look, go ahead, Lily, because this next one, I'll make y'all a little uncomfortable until it's time to go home.
Just now you said that you demand excellence, from yourself and those who you employ. Mm-hmm. But then I remember in a previous class you said that excellence cannot scale. So can you break down the difference of what that means? That's
when there's two opposites at the same time. So great question. Great contextual question. See, I told you, Lily, how tight Sheena. Don't be down her, whatever. Anyway, because you know what? Because see, you be making me feel some kind of way, Shakina. Anyway, yes, excellence is a abstract goal you reach for, but you realize it's not attainable majority of the times. Excellence is a way of thinking about a way to compete against competition. So, for example, a basketball player wants to make their shots 100% of the time, but they have to accept that they're only going to make 40% of the time. They'll miss 60% of the time. However, if the person has a distortion that when they hit 40%, they suck, they may end up hitting 20% because they're too fragile, trying to be too perfect. You see the complexity there? So quite often, it's you want to make every shot you throw up. So you're trying to work on best possible form, best possible shot, best possible scenario, right? That's excellence, right? The way you move, the speed, your awareness of the plays, your knowledge of the game, even your understanding the season average is important. So if you have a marginal loss that night, it's not even something to go home and shake your head about. It's a whole level of how you show up at the highest possible level you can show up, right? Understanding that even at the highest level, you may have a game that you win and you only score 75 points. I mean, there was hella shots missed, hella turnovers, but we got we won the game because that type of team, it changed because excellence is so abstract. They changed what excellence was. So excellence for going against, say, a weak defense might be 40 points by the end of that game. Excellence against Bill Belichick might be 14 points. It's relevant. It's relative, right? So none of this stuff business is not rigid rules. It's these principles that some of them will seem contradictory. And then the question you just asked is contextually, how do you use those two contradictions? Excellent question. Huh? Yeah. Oh, thank you. Excellent. Well, that's an excellent question. I love this question when you guys start to see these contradictions in principles, because there are times when that is really like, it's like cooking, right? There's these rules, but they change based upon different scenarios, right? And so just those kind of questions, please, if those ever come up, please throw those out on the table. All right, take a deep breath because we're about to get into some real heavyweight shit now. This is about to get another heavy. So we kind of finished cutting the distortions, and we covered. We finished Circle of Competence, and we tapped into some of the reviews from last week. But now it's time to get heavy again. So anybody need to go get a sandwich, get to something to sip and drink. This is an excellent time to make that move. If you just want to stand up, turn around, do the hokey pokey, and whatever they do when they turn around, and that's what it's all about. Hokey pokey, didn't do that, but let's make sure we're ready to go to this next one because it's going to eat up a lot of your calories in your body. Like I said, I didn't make this class to be soft and lightweight. This ain't no pop culture. Madonna will not be sticking any words that come from this goddamn class. So that's just what it is. So stretch your legs if you need to go to the restroom, because once we get down, we're about to get down. All right, I'm gonna give this about 1 minute. Those of you online, do you have any questions online? I know what time it is. We started 10 minutes later, right? Yeah, we good, yeah. Any questions online? We get online before we get started? Any generic questions you want to ask before I rev back up? Because I'm about to rev up. Huh? Yeah, it's halftime because it's about to. Yeah, we sent up some shots. Yeah, it's just yeah. This is we playing. That's like when they do the NBA All-Star Weekend. The first half we just I'm gonna let you dunk. I'm gonna dunk a little bit here too. Second half I'm planning on winning. You understand that? I'm planning on winning. So it's got to get serious. I'm about to play some defense. We're about to talk about fear. We're about to talk about the power of fear, and this power of fear is so powerful because I don't think we understand how much fear we actually are suffering from. And so we were about to get into fear on a whole different level. And my goal is to make you very uncomfortable today, but I'm also going to help you face some of your fears. So I know this is going to burn some calories because your brain is going to be telling you, squirrel. Your brain's going to have you turn on the Brady Bunch or some shit like that, Speed Racer or some shit like that so you can get distracted. Some of you are like, Speed Racer? What the hell is that? By the way, I want me a Speed Racer poster now in my house because that was my 5-year-old favorite cartoon when I was 5, Speed Racer. So before we turn up and start lifting some weights, just to let you guys know that I want you guys to stretch at home. If you have bad leftovers, don't eat that. Eat something new. And we about to get down. I suggest you go get some chocolate or something with some sugar in it because you want to burn some calories. So, y'all about ready to do this? Y'all ready? Everybody good? Yeah. Okay. I'm about to enjoy this one. This is about to be, these principles I'm giving you guys are so fucking powerful. If you just keep stacking these principles, I promise you at the end of 6 months, and we won't even finish, I think we want to finish about a quarter of the principles I can give you guys because it's not enough time. One of these days I hope to have a full year of principles, but by the end of these 6 months, you're going to be lifting weights. Y'all ready to go? Shabisha, you ready?
Yes.
All right, let's do this.
Kasha, where you get that Twix from? No.
Okay.
Inexperienced.
Wow. People at home, she was about to read and she saw some Twix candy on somebody's table. She said, "Where you get those Twix from, girl?" Wow. Sorry, those of you at home. I'm sorry. That was a crazy experience for me even to. I'm just saying what's up to Kaiser. Yeah. It's a damn shame, boy.
Look at his.
No, but he a fat boy though. He just eat all the time for no reason. And there ain't no fat shaming. He's just a fat eater. Anyway, go ahead.
Inexperienced and in an emergency situation for the first time, my head quickly generated a worst case scenario.
Okay, let me say this real quick. That simple sentence, I'm snatching pieces out of the book, but that little simple sentence is very important. Inexperienced and in an emergency situation, for the first time, my head quickly generated a worst case scenario. That's a formula right there.
Question.
If you're ever in a situation where you're outside your circle of competence and you're in an emergency situation, slow down. Because your brain is taking over and it ain't your rationale. You're not being rational or logical. Keep going.
I didn't see what I wanted to see. I saw what I was afraid of seeing.
Let me say this again. Say it again. I didn't see
what I wanted to see. I saw what I was afraid of seeing.
Stop. Your brain, when it's at a point of high levels of fear, doesn't see what you want to see. It sees what it's afraid of seeing. Meaning it alters reality to fit your fears. This is so important because many of us are living in a society where we're driving this conversation around fear. We will see what our brain fears. Go ahead.
Critical thinking is always difficult.
Stop. I'm gonna stop all this because this opening piece is just already starting off with heat. Critical thinking is difficult. Now it's so hard thinking. Yes, that's what the fuck it is. It ain't never meant to be. Don't come to me with no Disneyland approach to thinking. This shit ain't like eating sandwiches and fruit and juices. This shit hurts. But after a while, you learn to love that shit. Look, when Shakina and Cassandra is at the gym lifting hella heavy weights, they ain't having no goddamn time at the spa getting their nails done in Cancun. That shit had them, they go through pain every fucking week, but they learn to love the pain because of the benefits of how life changes for them. So, critical thinking is difficult. Go ahead.
But it's almost impossible when we are scared.
Uh-oh. Read it again. But it's almost what?
Impossible when we are scared.
You cannot critically think when you are scared. You cannot process anything when you are scared. We ain't talking about the scared like cat just put a gun on you and say, break yourself. We're talking about if you're scared of losing everything you have. You're talking about if you're scared that you may make a mistake. We're talking about if you're scared that how you'll be seen. If you're scared about losing your status. You're scared of being called dumb or feeling like you're dumb. You're scared that it won't work. You're scared what your neighbors might think about you. You're losing your critical thinking skills. So you know when Nana's up here, and y'all didn't get no gain from this because y'all thought I was just being Nana. I'm getting tired of y'all not paying attention. Y'all say, I say, y'all, I don't give a fuck. And y'all say, Nana's stupid. He always gonna say he don't give a fuck. That's my way of saying, when I say also, you can't whoop me. I don't give a shit. What the fuck gonna do to me? Because I know once I embrace the opposite side, guess what happens? I lose my critical thinking. I ain't trying to be hard. Ain't nobody fighting me when I say I don't give a fuck. Ain't like y'all got a I give a fuck weight on the top of my head gonna drop it on me because I say I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Don't do it to me. No. I'm telling my brain, ain't shit for you to fear, bro. Stay the course. Keep thinking. Don't react. Customer calls in the morning and says, you know what? We're going to cancel our call. We're going to cancel all of our products you sold to us. $20,000, we want our money back. You panic, you fuck up. The other day I came to the gym, I fell, I hurt my knee. You panic, you fucked up. You know, the other day I called to hit a deadline, you missed it. You panic, you fucked up. You know, I learned this a long time ago. You got to stop, breathe, tell yourself, lower that fear so your brain can come back online. And it might just be a question like, hey, what happened? How can I fix this? And you just say $20,000. But what I've seen people do, well, okay, I sent you the address, send it back, here's the money. They panicked. Panic is a normal response. I promise you, if you ever work in an office or any business, employees always panic because they go in, all these experts just become stupid because they panicking. Let's roll.
There's no room for facts when our minds are occupied by fear.
So imagine you work for court. Client calls, tells you, hey, when the uniforms came in, they were wrong colors. And we got game next week. And I'm really disappointed in you. You go into fear mode. And you start ordering new outfits and everything like this. And you're making all these crazy moves. Court comes in and goes, hey, what the fuck's happening? Who just put another order for $5,000? Well, he called, he was disappointed. Court called, picks up the phone, because Court calms himself down because he's an entrepreneur. He says, hey man, what happened? And you put the blue where the red is and the red where the blue is. Hey, will that impact your team or anything like this? Nah, it just irritated me, but you know, I ain't tripping. Tell you what, I'm gonna send you some free jackets for $1,000. Client happy as shit. Man, you guys the best ever. Thank you for just thinking about me. But the other group would have spent $5,000. He just saved $4,000 from not panicking. You see the difference? Let's get this. This is gonna be a great set. This is gonna be. Oh, let's do this. Come on. We're gonna talk about first the attention. Remember, time. Okay, so poor people think money, time, attention. Powerful people think time, attention, money. Don't ever forget that rhythm, because it's gonna come up so much for the rest of your life. You're gonna hear the poorer you are, they're gonna talk about my money first, my time second, and my attention doesn't even almost not even on the radar. Let's get to the attention filter. Go ahead. There you go.
None of us has enough mental capacity to consume all the information out there. The question is, what part are we processing and how did it get selected?
So once again, be clear. There's so much noise around you. There's so much going on. When Kaja said, this is what they're doing in Oakland, she can't possibly see all that. I can't see the opposite. What you only can see is what your brain has been forced to pay attention to. And at the end of the day, what you pay attention to becomes real to you. So if you only see certain things, then that reality could be fucked up because that's all you see is the most fucked up part of it, of reality. Somebody can live next door to you and think that same reality is fucking amazing because that's what their what their mind pays attention to. So if you're doing a business and you're trying to get into the wild and build something and you don't have control of your attention, I don't know what the fuck you're building for. Roll.
And what part are we ignoring? The kind of information we seem most likely to process is stories, information that sounds dramatic.
Wait. None of us have enough. The question is, what part are we processing and how did we get selected? Okay, and what part are we ignoring? The kind of information we seem most likely to process is what?
Information that sounds dramatic.
But it says stories, huh? Did it say stories? When y'all learn to realize that your attention is actually processing stories over facts, and when I keep telling you guys that, hey, this story thing is cold-blooded because it got you walking in make-believe and you're so disconnected from reality. This is why you say when you start your business, I'm going to open up a business and do this. I'm going to quit my job and everything's going to be okay because stories support that. Reality tells you, fuck off. Story said, I'm going to make these cakes. I'm going to start selling them. I'm going to make me a business. I'm going to blow up. And reality says, nobody eating your fucking nasty ass cakes. Nobody eats fruit cake. Sit your ass down. I'm giving you a game on how the brain is starting to, because of our attention gap, it likes information that sounds dramatic. What sounds most dramatic? Have you ever told a story about something that really happened and just said it as it happened and watched the drama kind of just rush out the room? So we add a little drama to it to give it a little flavor. But guess what we're doing? We're also distorting reality, and we're distorting truth, and we're distorting strategies. And when it comes time to build, we make that our foundation, and we make our foundation a make-believe, dramatic-ass story. I don't think y'all understand how this shit about to get heated. Let's keep this fire going because it's getting cold in here. Go ahead.
Imagine that we have a shield or attention filter between the world and our brain. This attention filter protects us against the noise of the world. Without it, we would constantly be bombarded with so much information. We would be overloaded and paralyzed.
So if you was able to take in all information, you couldn't move. It'd just be too much. Your brain, you couldn't function. You'd probably be the white jacket right now in a room with all cushions. Keep going.
Then imagine that the attention filter has 10 instinct-shaped holes in it. Gap, negativity, straight line, and so on. Most important information.
So by the way, gap, straight line, because we're gonna talk about lines later on. I'm gonna come back to lines, but lines require me to, I might have to just teach lines for one class. Lines is the distortion of how the world works. Like everything goes in a straight line. There's very few straight lines in life, right? So for example, if you measure the height a child grows from the age of, say 0 to 2, if they continue to grow at that rate, they'd be 12 feet tall by the time they're adults. But at some point, the line curves, right? Well, a lot of times when you watch the news, they talk about, if this continue to get worse, it's going to, right? But that's not how most of the things in the universe. Most things in the universe curve, or they go up and down, or they do compounding, right? So life is not as dramatic as the news paints straight lines through statistics when the world is not really full lines. Gaps goes into what we talked about, the negativity gaps, the instinct, all these type of the bipolar, the binary thinking. These are all mental gaps that we have, right? So gap thinking is the extremes, looking at life through extremes, right? So in all those, now read that sentence, and then also what we talked about earlier, negativity gap, which we talked about earlier, which is if you watch all that negative stuff over and over and over, you start to lose hope. When you lose hope, you join cults because you need something to make you feel like you're whole again, and your education has nothing to do with that. Now, go back and read that sentence again so you can feel the gravity of that sentence.
Then imagine that the attention filter has 10 instinct-shaped holes in it.
Gap.
Gap, negativity, straight line,
And so on. Yeah.
Most information doesn't get through, but the holes do allow through information that appeals to our dramatic instincts.
So most information is not getting through because the things we've been talking about earlier is stopping knowledge from coming in. Meaning that Lily is going into an office where other financial people are working, but she can't absorb the information because there's mental ways and false principles in her brain that's stopping her from receiving information. Lily now goes to Harvard and she gets an education and a degree, but she didn't learn what the Harvard professors were teaching because she has these principles that are blocking information. This is the separation between this sentence here and this concept here is the clear separation between, this is what oppression is. Oppression is not the super mothership of white people who's sitting down, pulling lever stuff. Oh shit, he's free, pull a lever, right? It's what we don't know creates the perception that is happening because there's a huge gap in, because we have slavery principles that have all the gaps, the negativity, straight lines, and so on. All those forms of principles are in our brain and is blocking information from coming in. So we get the degree, but we still are performing in a flawed space because we have flawed principles. You guys trying to see how cold this shit is? Mm-hmm. I'm teaching freedom this year, I told y'all. Freedom thinking is not what when shit go down, we always talk about oppression and what's wrong. No one teaches us how to think like a free man. These are free thinking is a group of principles and a way of thinking. Freedom is not just running in the field butt naked amongst the grass and getting bit by mosquitoes because it's getting too late and it's kind of moist out there. I don't know why I want to add an extra step, but I just think about that's why I would not be naked in a whole bunch of grass because of goddamn mosquitoes. That's not freedom. Freedom is a group of principles and a way of thinking. Josh, I know you're disappointed because I want to be naked tomorrow. That's not what I'm going with this. The point is this. I'm trying to highlight how it's not what they're doing to you, it's what you don't know. It's not what they're doing to you, it's what you don't know. And if your mama was a slave who's raised by slave principles, who's raised by a sharecropper, who finally came to the city, and you think you got those principles? No. Your community, your black culture is saturated with principles that are creating filters on what your attention can receive. Time, attention, money. You guys get where I'm going with this? This is why your attention is such a valuable fucking asset. Facebook makes money off of buying your attention. Google makes money from buying your attention, not your fucking money. Once you guys understand the power of attention, come on, let's get back at this. This shit gotta be fired up. I told y'all we got some good shit tonight. That's why I told Josh to start talking about his life. Go ahead.
That Facebook example is crazy because you don't pay shit to log on to that thing.
No,
There's no
you paying with your attention.
finance.
You paying with attention.
Pay with your attention.
Your attention is valuable as fuck.
That is insane.
Your attention is a mental filter that blocks you from. You could be sitting in class with the dopest professor in the fucking world, giving you all the game there's white men on each side of you going, oh my God, this is fucking brilliant. But they have different principles and certain information is being allowed to come through where your brain's like, that sounds good, but I don't know what the fuck to do with this. Cassandra sat in class the other day. I gave her a dope ass principle, but she's transitioning. So she's transitioning. There's nothing wrong with her. But when you transition from having a job to being an entrepreneur, you have different filters. So when she read the stuff with us, she's nodding yes. Then she said, "What can I do with this?" That's what most of us are doing in these in these colleges. We're sitting in these colleges with mental filters, and we wonder why the white kid comes out of the college and he's whooping our ass hand over foot. It's not because he's special. We're all fucking humans. There's no that special shit is stupid. Short, tall, white, black, straight, gay, don't give a fuck. We're all special and we're all weak, depending on how we show up to this world. But if you don't know the game of how the brain works, you could be trying as hard as the next man. Effort is not enough. That's slave talk. Slaves talk about working harder. I pick more cotton than you. I should get more raises than you. I should be respected more than you. Boss, if you could just show the world I'm good, this is why I do, because boss gotta recognize me. Black Lives Matter. That's how the fuck we doing. Black Lives Matter is a call to white people for acceptance. We don't realize that, no. Accept ourselves first. I don't have no beef with white people like that. Because if I did, it'd destroy me. I don't have beef with anybody like that. I love the fuck out of people. I get knowledge from every motherfucking race, every fucking height, every fucking age, every fucking gender. They all got game for me. But it's not them, it's us. It's our mental filters. All right, let's keep this shit. I told you, I'm so hyped. I didn't want to sleep last night because I was so hyped up about tonight. Go ahead, keep going.
Wow. So we end up paying attention to information that fits our dramatic instincts and ignoring information that does not.
You end up paying attention to shit that fits your dramatic instincts. So it's good. You end up paying attention to things that fit your dramatic instincts. Why do you think hip hop appeals to your blood so well? That dramatic ass music just talks to me.
Nana, I don't have an increment for attention. I have one for time. I have one for money. I don't have a way to look at that. So I know how to measure time in hours and days and weeks and months and seconds. I know how to measure money because it's currency. And there's a way to do that. I don't know how to, I can't get my arm around attention.
Well, okay,
mean,
so
outside of theory.
Attention is so funny because a lot of times we won't even pay attention to what we're paying attention to. We won't pay attention to what we're paying attention to. A lot of times, if you just pay attention to what is driving your energy, what moves you, what do you find, what turns you on, what stimulates you, what can you sit and do for hours at a time, what will grab you and make you like, what's going on there?
I know
right?
that, yeah.
That is so critical because that's telling, and then there's principles of thought that shape what your attention is moving and where it's moving. As you change those thoughts, this is for somebody who's evolved my attention a lot, you will lose interest in what the popular group loses interest in because that's why entrepreneurs don't really do what the popular community does. I was watching a rap video the other day and they had one of the rappers passed away because he was murdered in his house. And they had these kids representing him and they're in the house, they throwing money up and they showing their money and they like doing all this little stuff, right? And I pulled my son over, I said, look at this. That's the best video I've ever seen about hip hop. Because when grown men do that, they look like them goddamn kids. Because when a man really reaches that point of success from scaling themselves up from the hard work that it takes to get there, that shit doesn't even make sense. That's opposite flow. That shit is for sales. That's not real right there. That's so disconnected. When a person shifts and starts to manage their attention, all of a sudden they're over here when everybody's over there. They're laughing at this when everybody's laughing at that. When they spend their money for pleasure, it goes over here, not there.
So measuring in the degree to which I'm in alignment with what brings me joy and pleasure.
No, as you
I mean, that sounds-
as you change your principles and you grow your principles, your pleasure and what attracts you changes.
Okay.
See, that shit is not baked into. That's not your innate godly given space.
Right.
Whoever you are is just a reaction to your culture and your environment.
Yes.
If you learn different, you'll find different things are beautiful and attractive.
Yeah.
It's like, let me use something like cars. Dudes first get in cars, we'll go get a raggedy ass car and spend hella money to beef it up. Let us learn what a real Porsche feels like. All of a sudden, it's just no interest in putting rims on a Honda Civic. We're gonna save our money and get a nicer car.
Right.
And when we see, it used to be a time when a Honda Civic drove down the street, we'd be like, oh, they go another Honda. Oh, that's a SS, that's the one, SRT, that's the one, right? But when your interest grows, you don't even see those Hondas no more.
So you're saying values?
It's a way of thinking.
Okay.
All these principles we've been learning since I've been up here for the last month and a half,
Yeah.
those are all directing your attention. Everything you've been learning,
Got it. Okay.
everything you've been learning is directing your
Okay,
attention.
okay.
So as those attentions shift,
Yeah. Good. Good.
it's hard. I'm sure if, like those who've been in class for a long time, it's hard to sit and listen to a real hip hop artist, like a street grinding level. Not all hip hop artists. Let's say a street. Most hip hop artists, not all, but most hip hop artists. It's hard to listen to a lot of hip hop now because the shit they saying, you like, this is hard. This is really hard.
So you're saying value the updating of your data and changing your mindset to the same degree that you are valuing money and to the same degree that you are valuing
Exact same
time.
thing. All this
Okay.
changes. When you change your, oh my God, this attention shit is so, like, let's keep going because we'll circle back. But let's keep going.
Okay.
So do we finish? So we end up in
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna go next one.
Here are a couple of headlines that won't get past a newspaper editor because they are unlikely to get past our own filters. Malaria continues to gradually decline. Meteorologists correctly predicted yesterday that there would be mild weather in London today.
So most people you wouldn't even see that shit. Your attention says, boo, I don't even hear that, whatever. You know what your attention don't see? Opportunities, possibility, growth in your community, scaling, market shifts, market availability. We're gonna save these just a little bit. So if you read these things to people right now, if you just put that in the news, no one will read that newspaper. If you said malaria continues to gradually decline, I don't got time to read that. A meteorologist correctly predicted yesterday that there would be mild weather in London today. Boo, I don't know why you wrote this shit down. But keep going.
Here are some topics that easily get through our filters: earthquakes, war, refugees, disease, fire, floods, shark attacks, terror attacks.
COVID, keep going.
These unusual events are more newsworthy than everyday ones. And the unusual stories we are constantly shown by the media paint pictures in our heads. If we are not extremely careful, we come to believe that the unusual is usual.
No, because Kaja was chewing. She didn't hear you. Because it's the point that comes back to people in the beard. We come to believe that the unusual
Is usual.
Sister, where's my sister that says, that everybody's bringing people cars. We come to believe that the unusual
Is usual. That
black folks out here, poverty, the 1%ers, the rich people, Donald Trump, the South, the black community, the gay community, the Asian community, the Latino community, the Latinx community. All that shit is because you're being bombarded with fear so much that some of these concepts and ideas, they're backfilled by fear. No one's paying attention to the indigenous people that are located in Nevada that's doing really well. Boo, boring. If you go to Africa, nobody even can tell you about Tanzania. Boring. They're performing. Rwanda, it looks too nice. Mexico City, why? It got to be nice places. But I could tell you about cartels. Places in Colombia. Some of y'all won't even get on a fucking plane to go in any of these countries or these continents because of the fact that you've been told negativity, fear. Your brain, and this, did y'all see what COVID did to your brain? Them nasty son of a bitches called media was running these articles, these clickbaits. COVID is killing so many people. Then you read the article, at the bottom of the article, at the very last sentence, it says 2 people. You know, they even said Omicron version of COVID. It's like, it's getting out of control. This is crazy. It's so bad. It's just horrible. It's just the worst thing that ever happened. Oh yeah, but it ain't killing a lot of people though. It's not killing a lot of people. It's just making people sick. Motherfucker, please. Welcome to the human life. You got used to the flu, but the flu had years when it got crazy. There was years that it hit 100-some-odd-thousand people, United States. Some years it might have hit 40,000 people. It was fluctuating. But right now, the news knows that you have more fear around the word COVID. And that's why I told my friend who called COVID, I said, what is harder, catching COVID or mentally dealing with COVID? Because the fear of COVID is so strong, your brain is attaching it to all this fear that it's over. So now you cough like, this is the worst cough I ever had. Motherfucker, no. No, it's not. But in your brain, it feels like that. It's real. Because I felt it. When I caught COVID, I think 2 or 3 times, I don't know. I accept COVID is going to be here. Run from what? That's like saying, run for that molecule you can't see right now. Everybody run from it. Y'all going to hit each other. Right? The reality, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying go out there and be stupid. I'm not saying not be vaccinated. I believe in vaccination. I'm going to get to that in a little bit because that's still part of the same, this is part of the same paragraph, part of the same chapter. But I'm trying to highlight how fear is a grabber and it distorts. And going back to Black Wall Street, fear changed the story of what we paid attention to. Mind you, Black Wall Street has some dope-ass knowledge attached to it. Amazing to knowledge. But I promise you, if you go out tomorrow and just poll everybody and ask the deeper questions, where did they get their money from? Who was the richest person in Black Wall Street? What's the name of the person who started Black Wall Street? Now, maybe somebody might know that one. But for the most part, we will focus on that stuff that gave us, our attention filter said, they dropped bombs, they killed kids, everything was bad. Well, what can we learn from that? Oh, don't fuck with white people. They ain't gonna never let us have shit. What? Do you understand you in a game that, okay, if me and Court was in the same business and he was Puma and I was Adidas, my job is to whoop his ass and still have lunch with him. That's my job. And his job is to whoop my ass and still have lunch with me. And my job, if I lose, I don't blame him, I blame myself. God damn it, I should have saw that one. That motherfucker's smart. And I come again the next day. See, in life, you're going to take some losses, you're going to have some wins. You can go conquer somebody and then still become partners. But in social justice, don't you look at me wrong because it's just you shaming me. Keep going. Where we at?
These unusual events are more newsworthy than everyday ones. And the unusual stories we are constantly shown by the media paint pictures in our heads. If we are not extremely careful, we come to believe that the unusual is usual, that this is what the world looks like.
Next slide.
For the first time in world history, data exists for almost every aspect of global development.
So we never had this much global development data. This is too much data. This is too much data. This is again, you guys stop giving a fuck about everything in the world. I'm telling you this as a human being that needs to function. Your brain is not designed to pay attention to too much fucking data. If gangs are getting out of control in New York, if you are not prepared to go to New York and solve the motherfucking problem, then turn that data off. If motherfuckers, because at the end of the day, you taking all that data, it's gonna freeze you. your attention can't handle all that data. Keep going.
And yet, because of our dramatic instincts and the way the media must tap into them to grab our attention, we continue to have an overdramatic worldview.
Oh my God, the world's falling apart. Keep going.
Of all our dramatic instincts, it seems to be the fear instinct that most strongly influences what information gets selected by news producers and presented to us consumers.
So they understand, you understand, fear is a market. When you turn on the news, when you turn on a documentary, they're going after your fear. This is shaping your attention. You understand? This is something that you're selling your. No. This is real. It was a documentary. If you don't get the fuck up out of here, they don't say anything to me. But your fear is a valuable asset they're going after it every day because they know they can get your attention if they tap your fear. Keep going.
Fear instinct. When people are asked in polls what they are most afraid of, 4 answers always tend to turn up near the top. Snakes, spiders,
You know?
heights, and being trapped in small spaces. Then comes a long list with no surprises. Public speaking, needles, airplanes, mice, strangers, dogs, crowds, blood, darkness, fire, drowning, and so on.
Did they hit everybody? Did somebody find something for themselves in there? I know I found one.
Mice.
Quit playing Albert. You found one. You was like, man, at least 5 of them. Josh, I want to hear yours. Yours is too nasty. Everybody found something in that list? All right, let's keep going.
These fears are hardwired deep in our brains for obvious evolutionary reasons. Fears of physical harm, captivity, and poison once helped our ancestors survive.
So let's be very clear. Your fears are not flawed. They were built in you for survival. You wouldn't have got this far. You guys forget the world didn't get past 1 billion people to the 1800s, didn't get past 2 billion people to 1980. We're at 8 billion. We ran from 1980 to 2020. We went in 40 years. We went to 8 billion people. Mm-hmm. But at one point, we couldn't get past that number because we were dying. When we were like, oh, you gotta be natural and organic, we were dying faster. Or natural was you die fast. You have 8 kids, only 2 gonna make it. Mm-hmm. Most kids won't make past 5, right? So a lot of these natural traits are part of our nature. We're not stupid. We're not flawed. We're animals first. If you say that, then it all makes sense. We look at ourselves through TV. Go back to who we really are. We're animals first. And as animal instinct, these things speak to our animal instinct first because we're here to survive. And remember, those who are the smartest survive the longest. Remember we talked about this when we were offline. Who's more powerful, a mouse or an elephant? The mouse. The elephant is more fragile. The mouse is a lot more flexible, designed to survive. The goal is survival, not the strongest. It's survival. Keep going.
These fears are hardwired deep in our brains for obvious evolutionary reasons. Fears of physical harm, captivity. Oh, wait, am I?
Yeah, you're right.
I'm reading myself over again.
In
Sorry
modern
about
times.
that. In modern times, perceptions of these dangers still trigger our fear instinct. You can spot stories about them in the news every day. Physical harm, violence caused by people, animals, sharp objects, or forces of nature.
Stop. Physical harm, violence caused by people, animals, sharp objects, or force of nature. Does that sound like police? Remember I said when in fear, you can't think, right? Mm-hmm. When you're in fear, you cannot think. Mm-hmm. You can't. So one of the things that trigger our attention, everybody ran to George Floyd, mm-hmm. right? Pay attention to this game. This is so much game. Next one.
Captivity.
Jail.
Entrapment, loss of control, or loss of freedom.
That's 2 things George Floyd carries in the story. Captivity and physical harm. Go ahead.
Contamination by invisible substances that can infect or poison us.
Okay, next slide. So skip. Just go to on level 3. Just skip. I was going to talk about Black Wall Street. Just go on level 3. Don't even say the word Black Wall Street. I talked about it.
On level 3, where life is less physically demanding and people can afford to protect themselves against nature, these biological memories probably cause more harm than good.
So in certain parts of the world, these fear factors that you have as an animal is why they're surviving. They need that every day to survive. There's certain places where people walk at night and there's snakes. And their snake instinct is the only thing keeping them alive because snakes kill a certain amount of people per year. Just snake bites in poorer countries. So keep going.
On level 4, for sure, the fears that evolved to protect us are now doing us harm.
So again, the fears that are designed to protect us are now causing us harm. We reached the tipping point where the fears that got us here is now we have to defeat those fears to move to the next level. Keep going.
A small minority, 3%, of the population on level 4 suffers from a phobia so strong it hinders their daily life. For the vast majority of us not blocked by phobias, the fear instinct harms us by distorting our worldview.
I mean, it not only distorts our worldview, it distorts our business view, our city view, our friend view, our educational view. It distorts everything. Fear is changing the way that we measure the world around us. Go ahead.
The media cannot resist tapping into our fear instinct. It is such an easy way to grab our attention. In fact, the biggest stories are often those that trigger more than one type of fear. Kidnappings and plane crashes, for example, each combine the fear of harm and the fear of captivity.
Police violence. I see how we talk about police violence combined too, which has more power. Go ahead, keep on. Now, mind you, this was written before George Floyd. This is way written before Trayvon Martin. This was written, I think he died a little ways back. Go ahead.
Earthquake victims trapped under collapsed buildings are both hurt and trapped and get more attention than regular earthquake victims.
Mm-hmm.
The drama is so much stronger when multiple fears are triggered.
Keep going. So he said what he said. I'm just going to read this once. He said, earthquake victims trapped under collapsed building are both hurt and trapped and get more attention. See how your attention got snatched? Mm-hmm. So what happens when your attention gets snapped? What happens to your money? What happens to your time? You see what happens?
It's like a hold.
So if I take your attention, I can take your money and time without a problem, and you would gladly give it over because you're helping somebody. Time, attention, money. That's why folks who have power don't fuck with my attention. Don't come for my attention, because it's a way to control me, and I think that I'm pulling all the strings when you're really calling all the shots. Okay, we gotta say this. I got too much. I'm fired up. My hands are getting cold. Go ahead. Okay. Next one. Next one.
Yep.
Okay. Go ahead.
It isn't the journalist's fault, and we shouldn't expect them to change. It isn't driven by media logic among the producers so much as by attention logic in the heads of the consumers.
So they're not bad players. This is mature thinking here, y'all. If this is the only thing you're going to respond to, I can't write the other shit. We're in business. This is why they said, remember they told you when news became business, it was the worst thing that could ever happen in the news? This is what they're trying to tell you. Because if we're all trying to make money, I got to go after what will grab your attention. Otherwise, you're going to turn the channel. You turn the channel, how can I sell these media spots? Right? So you're asking for it. They're serving you. If they chose not to serve you, somebody's going to serve you. You know how pimps make that same argument all the time. There'll always be hoes. Because there'll always be tricks. Now you might say that's bad, but unfortunately, until you get rid of the tricks, you always have the pimps. It's a circle. It's a vicious, nasty circle, but this is what's happening in human life. Now, as an entrepreneur, you gotta change your rhythm. You can't go around judging people because they don't have that rhythm. Remember, you didn't come to this class to rank higher in your current group. You came to this class to lead and guide your group. In order to lead somebody, you can't think the same way they think. Otherwise, how the fuck you the leader? Two dumb people can't lead each other. They can't get out the fucking store. They stuck. Keep going.
In fact, the number of deaths from acts of nature has dropped far below half. It is now just 25% of what it was 100 years ago.
So 100 years ago, we had 75. It was 75% worse. What happened from what nature to cause the damage of nature? Keep going.
The human population increased by 5 billion people over the same period.
Over 100 years ago, we increased by 5 billion people. That's ridiculous. That's 5,000 million for those of y'all don't really pay attention to numbers like that. Go ahead.
So the drop in deaths per capita is even more amazing. It has fallen to just 6% of what it was 100 years ago.
So the deaths from natural disasters is down 94%. But when you watch the media, global warming, oh, it's so bad. Oh my God. Now you kind of see why Republicans are like, I don't know about this shit, dog. Because Republicans represent who? A lot of the builders in society. I'm not saying they're right or they're wrong, but you can see now they kind of see their angle. Because your drama doesn't mean, your drama does not shift my attention. There's only one way I can look at this, through numbers. If I look at the numbers say I gotta do this, I make that move. But if I respond to your drama, I could destroy myself from you stealing my attention and me responding to that drama. Watch this. You're gonna see how Republicans, I'm almost giving y'all the profile of why people think different than some of you guys who are really earthly and care about everything in the trees, and you're out there like, you're going this weekend, you're gonna go hug the tree in your backyard, and just reminded how much you love it and why you're here for them. Anyway, go ahead.
The reason natural disasters kill so many fewer people today is not that nature has changed. It is that the majority of people no longer live on level 1. Disasters hit countries on all income levels, but the harm done is very different. With more money comes better preparedness. The graph below shows the average number of deaths from natural disasters per million people over the last 25 years on each income level.
So let me share this real quick. Society has become smarter, stronger, and more people. More better. We have helicopters, we have technology, we have better systems. 1960s are dead. Stop referencing the fucking 60s. The things that made the 60s work is smaller populations, poor systems, geographical locations, and this smaller population. So certain things can work. You can have a Bull Connor, a police chief, oppress a whole town, right? If Bull Connor tell the store to act a fool, Amazon makes more money. Bull Connor ain't suppressing UPS. Sorry about that, dog. Bull Connor, police officers don't got guns like Kiki and them. They light his ass up. The reality is the world, as populations grow, all the rules change, all the morality change, all the interactions change. If you want to talk about oppression today, it has to be a renewing of the conversation of what does it look like today? What are the systemic racism things that are reinforcing the current filters in our mind that keeps us from repeating slavery behaviors? Not individual acts of this white guy said the N-word, he should get canceled for television. I don't give a fuck about that dude. You can let him have a television show. Because there's some people that never use the N-word and do much more harm. But let's keep rolling. I'm going to get into this in a minute. It's going to be the most, this book is, this chapter is just, my fingertips are soft. Go ahead. I can feel everything right now. Everything.
Okay. Thanks to better education, new affordable solutions. And
Okay, sorry. Let me go next step. Okay, there you go.
thanks to better education, new affordable solutions,
Global collaboration.
and global collaborations, the decrease in death rates is impressive, even among those who are stuck on level 1. In the same year, vivid images spread awareness across the world of the horrific earthquake in Nepal, and rescue teams and helicopters were quickly deployed. Tragically, thousands were already dead, but the humanitarian resources that rushed to this inaccessible country on level 1 did manage to prevent the death toll from rising even further.
So you guys may see a large group of people die, but you never think about how many people didn't die. No one can think about that. You're so trapped in the fear instinct. How many people died from that? But how many people didn't die from that? You don't even cross your mind. Doesn't even cross your mind. So instead of you having hope, if you focus on what the negative, and you don't focus on what the possible or what the improvements, then what are you hoping for? The world is crushing you under the weight of its fear. Go ahead. Next one.
The UN's Relief Web has become a global coordinator for disaster help, something earlier generations of disaster victims could only dream of. And it is paid for by taxpayers on level 4.
So, by the way, when you pay your money for taxes, you don't realize you're paying to make the world better. And most of y'all don't even know that because all you talk about is roads and you don't get all your rights and the homelessness. You really have a very narrow view of how government works. I really do encourage you to learn about where money goes in this country, different levels of power, how democracy works, the history of democracy, what is the best democracy in the world, who are the leading two democracies in the world, what are the other systems in the world, what's the history of systems, what is the death rate, what is the lifestyle underneath those systems. And I promise you, it will change some of your complaining. It's not saying the world is perfect, doesn't mean it doesn't improve. Black folks, we know the world ain't perfect for us. But some of us are over complaining. We're to the point now, like, I don't want lettuce on my sandwich. This is just disgusting. I feel oppressed because of lettuce on your sandwich. Yes, Black Lives Matter. Anyway, go ahead.
We should be very proud of it. We humans have finally figured out how to protect ourselves against nature. The huge reduction in deaths from natural disasters is yet another trend to add to the pile of mankind's ignored, unknown success stories.
Keep going. Ignored. All accomplishments are so ignored because you're focused on negativity and fear. Keep going.
Unfortunately, the people on level 4 paying for Relief Web are the same people we asked about the trend in natural disasters. 91% of them are unaware of the success they are paying for because their journalists continue to report every disaster as if it were the worst. The long, elegantly dropping trend line, a bit of fact-based hope, they think is not newsworthy.
So England came on the news last week. I think it was a couple weeks ago and said we'd never been this hot before. I think it was in 1980. There was a heat run that killed a hell of people in England. Right, but in their mind, there's no memory of that. All they know is we're in this negativity bias media thing. This is the worst it's ever been. Global warming. Actually, no, it's not. This is important. This is so important. How you're so stuck in drama. Some of y'all are so stuck in drama and you don't have no idea. Well, let's keep going. This is all gonna come around so beautiful.
Next time, the news shows you horrific images of victims trapped under collapsed buildings, will you be able to remember the positive long-term trends?
So stop. This is so important. This is my argument around George Floyd, New Orleans, or any other major natural disasters happen to black folks. I want you to just say this, in this case here, say, next time you see folks in New Orleans or a cop kill a black person, will you be able to remember the positive long-term trend? Keep going.
When the journalist turns to the camera and says, the world just became a bit more dangerous, will you be able to disagree?
Would you be able to disagree when they say the world's more racist, sexist, homophobic, and full of hatred and bad police officers? Keep going.
To look at the local rescue crew in their colorful helmets and think, most of their parents couldn't read, but these guys are following internationally used first aid guidelines. The world is getting better.
Can you actually say most police officers don't even commit these kind of crime and policing is actually getting better? But keep going. This is so important.
When the journalist says with a sad face, in times like these, Black Lives Matter. I've been going through this shit all my life. We've not even been pulled over in like 20 years, but I've been going through this shit all my life. Keep going. This is. I'm playing with this, but watch where we go with this. Keep going. Will you smile and think that she is referring to the first time in history when disaster victims get immediate global attention and foreigners send their best helicopters?
Will you think about all the times police officers, all the negativity the police officers stopped in a homicide game? Keep going.
Will you feel fact-based hope that humanity will be able to prevent even more horrific deaths in the future.
When you believe that over time, police will even reduce more deaths, or that New Orleans will never happen again in the future. I want you to play with this for a second, because watch this. And the answer is, I don't think so. Hold on a second. I don't think so. You won't be able to do that. Now, I can, because I got a lot of practice, years. And it doesn't mean that you won't feel the pain. So when George Floyd died, do I feel the pain? Yes. When all this happened, was I disgusted? Absolutely fucking yes. When Officer Hicks, when I was in the 80s, he used to just be the most corrupted cop in the streets. Oh, the fuck yes, I did know that. When that one dude was sitting in the car and the guy was like, yo, I got my permit. The dude just shot him in his seat next to his wife and his kid. You think I didn't feel that? When a brother was running in the park, got shot in the back. When Trayvon Martin gets killed going to get some fucking Skittles, you didn't think I didn't feel that? But was I able to take, at some point, let myself feel it and know that just don't do anything. Let this feeling sit. Don't go spend no money. Don't make no moves. Process it and get back. Now then I get back to what I was doing. Get back to thinking critically on what's the best solution and approach. But if you catch me in the middle of my drama, I'm going to have a natural animal reaction. A natural, this key word, animal reaction. Not a critical thinking reaction. And you got to know that about yourself. But don't say, because you learned this, if you see something that you go home tonight, you see something that's atrocious that happened on the news. I'm not asking you by one split second to say, it's probably better on the other side. Now you're a little crazy. You process it, you sit with it, but you understand the effects it's having upon you and know to slow down. You know how many people get burned during crisis? How many people take over and start, all the hustlers who raise money and that money never gets to the victims because they know they found some suckers? Well, just how they can think in a moment of crisis, so should you. Do you understand how many times you're going to donate, give time, be at shit on the weekend, helping people out, going to baby shop, all kind of shit that you shouldn't be doing because you got this fear factor or these emotions driving you, this is stealing your attention and taking you away from the shit you're supposed to be focused on to move your life, your family, and the people in the community forward? Keep going.
I don't think so. Not if you function like me. Because when that camera pans to bodies of dead children being pulled out of the debris, my intellectual capacity is blocked by fear and sorrow.
That's normal. Go ahead.
At that moment, no line chart in the world can influence my feeling.
Mm-hmm.
No facts can comfort me.
Mm-hmm.
Claiming in that moment that things are getting better would be to trivialize the immense suffering of those victims and their families.
So at that moment, don't go out your house and be like, you know what, y'all did calm down. This shit ain't that serious. What's wrong with you? Have you lost the ability to cry? See, you got to be multiple things at once. You're not just one-dimensional. Keep going.
It would be absolutely unethical. In these situations, we must forget the big picture and do everything we can to help.
Okay, keep going. Next one.
The big facts and the big picture must wait until the danger is over.
Mm-hmm.
But then we must dare to establish a fact-based worldview again. We must cool our brains and compare the numbers to make sure our resources are used effectively to stop future suffering.
Okay. That's the first fucking jewel. George Floyd died. Homicide rate in the black community and children dying from being mismanaged or being crippled or being set on a destiny of destruction. Number one cause of death for black folks, heart disease, cancer, and COVID. But we all rush to give our money to these sucker, and if you're in the streets, we in the streets. We hear the rumbles of the streets. All these sucker for love ass, punk ass, motherfucking fake ass nonprofits is no different than fake ass PPP loans that fucking milk the fuck out of white people's guilt. 100. And while these poor kids in our black community get a fucking sandwich. 100. Casamont still fucked. 100. And guess where we all ran to? White people doorsteps. Black Lives Matter. Let me be fair to those sisters, because I want to give y'all some game. I used to not like Black Lives Matter because I hate the fucking phrase of what it turned into. Not why it started. Why they started it and what it turned into is two different things. They were just telling police officers, when you pull over a black person, their lives matter. I got no problem with that. That's legitimate. That's all good. That's what Black Lives Matter meant. You pull over a black person or you arrest a black person, treat them the same way you arrest a white person, because that person, no matter who they are, they're a black person that matters like a white person matters. That's all they're saying. George Floyd's happened, and all of a sudden it expands to something that they didn't intend. They didn't expect to get that kind of money. You made them leaders, and then you get mad when they can't lead. That ain't the girls' fault. Bless their hearts and their souls. If y'all see them, say, hey, thank you for what you did, you tried to do, and leave them the fuck alone. I ain't got no beefs with Black Lives Matter. I have beefs with our ability to see the situation as it unfolded. It turned into a fucking circus of jokes. Jokes. Let's keep rolling. We almost did, because God damn it, I'm feeling better now. My blood pressure came down. Come on.
We can't let fear guide these priorities.
We'll say, okay, we can't. We'll say, please, go ahead.
Because the risks we fear the most are now often, thanks to our successful international collaboration, the risks that actually cause us the least harm.
Keep going. So the things we fear the most causes us the least harm. Black police officers killed 175 people that year. I think it was, can't remember if it was black or just people, but black folks that year. Now, if you have a large organization, if you have a massive group of people in a corporation and you want to never to make a mistake, I'm sorry, learn the human game. Humans are called making animals. So the larger you grow, the more likely you're going to have mistakes. Even if the police system was perfect, you have to expect, perfection means you have to automatically expect a certain margin of mistakes. And just what it is. Homicide was 10 times that number. 10 times that number. Hospitals, they're estimating hospitals killed between, 70 to 100,000 people in 1 year. By accident. And then once you go, and matter of fact, police killings, if you look at what kills black people, police officers are not even on the homicide. I don't think even homicide is like number 7 or 8. It's way down there. But the things that deserve attention, guess what we're not doing? Because someone stole our what? Our attention. So even when we're activists fighting, because your attention is stolen, you're fighting a foreign man's battle. You're not fighting your own battle. So somehow social justice told you, stop fat shaming. It's so bad. So Lizzo comes along and be like, watch this. I'm about to get big as hell at the age of 35. Everybody knows when you're 35, you're big. Your knees are just saying, dear Jesus. Your knees are the most spiritual thing in the world because it calls on God every day. Oh my God. Right? Lizzo gets big and you guys applaud her. And she sits and she sells you the idea of the number one cause of your death in your community. But guess, you don't see her because your fear is stolen by the attention of police officers. So every day you look at a police officer like, oh, that makes me so nervous. But when that cake's on your table, you're like, ain't gonna bother me at all. This feels good. I want you, hold on, Lila, you gotta stay. This shit is, I'm unfolding something here. I'm unpacking here. I can't take questions right now. This shit is just real. Like, I don't understand. Like, it hurts me. As a business person, I see numbers, I see movement, I see systems, I see flow, I see energy movement, I see attention, I see time, I see emotional behavior, I see all these things, and I'm looking at this chemistry of just flowing resources, and you're just trying to use these to map on where do you move next. And then you see somebody sell black people, hey, everybody, go talk about police officers and cry. And then when crime go up, where to defund the police people now? What's the movement for reduce the crime in East Oakland? Because crime is out of control. The police officer just came on, motherfucking Oakland PD just got on motherfucking news and said, we don't have enough cops. 5 people died this weekend. I just passed. 5 people got killed this weekend. Sorry, dispensary, when they broke in there, we had nobody to send you because everybody was tied up with all the crime because crime is out of control in Oakland right now. We need help. We don't have enough officers. Oh, okay, defund the police people. Let's go. What are we going to do? What are we going to do now? What are we going to do? Huh? You at home burning incense, huh? Because you don't have a movement. You're a prostitute to your attention. And you don't understand that the way you think allow you to be prostituted towards shit that doesn't have any value. Keep going, because this shit, I'm sorry, lady, I know you're going to be mad at me, and please just write me a note that I'm going to ignore. Just keep going. Let's just keep going. Watch this. Just watch. Stay with me. Go get him.
For 10 days or so in 2015, the world was watching the images from Nepal, where 9,000 people had died. During the same 10 days, diarrhea from contaminated drinking water also killed 9,000 children.
Okay, so
across the
watch this.
world.
So people watching Nepal. Oh my God, 9,000 people just died. But 9,000 people die a day from just drinking water. Keep going.
There were no camera teams around as these children fainted in the arms of their crying parents.
There was no cameras on those people, so guess what? You don't have no attention towards them. Ain't no your money going towards them. Ain't nobody in this room being called talking. Ain't nobody walked in this room with a t-shirt talking about get clean water to our kids. Not one of y'all. I ain't seen a clean water t-shirt since I've been up in this motherfucker. Right? Because that's not, but I've seen some Black Lives Matter. I've seen racism, fight the power, love Jesus. I don't know, everything. I want you to see how, get your attention back so you can work on your freedom, not the manipulation of your attention. It's not yours. Y'all were arguing with motherfuckers on shit that don't matter. Keep going.
No cool helicopters swooped in. Helicopters, anyway, don't work against this child killer, one of the world's worst. All that's needed to stop a child from accidentally drinking her neighbor's still lukewarm poo is a few plastic pipes, a water pump, some soap, and a basic sewage system, much cheaper than a helicopter.
One helicopter can save thousands of kids a day. But guess what you rather do? Whether you rather focus on the drama. This is why we are underserving. As many educated black folks as we have who care. I can't begin to I haven't met too many black folks who don't care about black people. I ain't met too many. I have never met. I'm talking about the few I met. I won't even mention them because they're a waste of my fucking brain time. But what happens is that we end up getting our attention stolen, and we give all our energy, money, time, and attention, our attention and time and money to shit that the media, the fear that's drummed up in us, not what matters. Castlemont would be a different school if we turned our energy towards how can we help the teachers improve their experience? How can we participate by giving our opinions? And how can we show up? Some of those kids don't have parents or even healthy relationships. If you just showed up and gave them a friend to see every day, and you just showed up once a week, let's just say a 16th of Oakland just showed up at the schools like, yo, we ride with you kids. And like coached them and supported them, held them accountable, shared knowledge, participated in systems, built ideas, helped the teachers, gave the teachers insights, collaborate with the teachers, right? Literally partner with them. Castlemont would change overnight. But guess where we'd rather be at? Downtown Oakland, marching and tying ourselves to motherfucking BART trains, walking on motherfucking freeways, and breaking motherfucking windows and saying, give it back to the man. And what? Oh, no. Let me add. Oh, okay. Hold on a second. Let me clean this up a little bit. I'm going to make it even worse on you. Voting. Fuck you and your voting. Oh, we got to vote for Biden. It's the most important thing we can do. Biden going, wait a minute. Do you know the municipal is more important for your day-to-day life than motherfucking federal? That's how this country is designed. You don't have federal presence. You have municipal presence. And yet, do you even know these motherfucking local laws? Are you watching the local situation? Are you watching your state laws? Are you looking at state resources? Only people who show up to these meetings are the extremes. You're not there. You just mad when shit changes. Then you blame the feds. Then you talk about voting. They use crime and shit to get you at the polls, not realizing that somebody just once again manipulated you. Defund the police. What the fuck are you talking about? What you gonna put in its place? You can't have a large population and everybody's gonna do what they're supposed to do. Everybody does that. I just told y'all last week, the human brain doesn't know how to take care of shared resources. So if I'm on the freeway, you're on the freeway, depending on how you feel, you might just lose your fucking mind. There's something to remind you, don't lose your mind again, or it's gonna cost you this kind of money? Like, come on, people, let's wake the fuck up. I'm not saying cops have a great history with us, and that's true. But that's a poor form of thinking that 1960, 1970, 1980, or even 2010, it's gonna be tomorrow. If you want to control your policing, which I do think that's a brilliant idea, but that's a forward-moving action, not a resistance, shutdown, and more disconnect. It's easy for people to be lazy and not do nothing. If boycotting is the focus, oh my God, if you want to be honest, poor folks boycott more than you realize. They boycott school all the time. Boycott books. Boycott good food. They boycott the air. It's easy to do nothing. It's hard to do something. How much volunteering are you doing every week? Oh, but you're activist? Or you just wear dashikis and talk about Africa and try to buy sage from your dealer called Court Smith? He's a sage dealer, you know what I'm saying? I don't change this thing. Hey, look, I got the microphone right now. If you got the microphone, I'm gonna lie. Okay, keep going. I got a few more, then we're gonna get out of here. A few more. Let's go.
Next slide.
Okay.
In 2016, a total of 40 million commercial passenger flights landed safely at their destinations. Only 10 ended in fatal accidents. Of course, those were the ones the journalists wrote about. The 0.0000025% of the total. Safe flights are not newsworthy. Imagine. Flight BA0016 from Sydney arrived in Singapore airport without any problems. And that was today's news.
Nobody was watching that. Nobody's looking at the channel. That channel is the most unseen. C-SPAN got more higher ratings than that channel. Keep going.
2016 was the second safest year in aviation history. That is not newsworthy either.
Boring. Change the channel. Keep going.
This graph shows plane crash deaths per 10 billion commercial passenger miles over the last 70 years. Flying has gotten 2,100 times safer.
2,100 times safer. If you're not seeing that, you can't see the business opportunities it's producing. You're focusing on, you're building your whole life around the negativity of the possibilities of what it could produce. Keep going.
In 1944, they all met in Chicago to agree on common rules and assigned a contract with a very important Annex 13, a common form for incident reports, which they agreed to share so they could all learn from each other's mistakes.
Stop. That changed the whole airline industry. People got together, shared their mistakes, and learned common mistakes to work on building better solutions to the point that they made flying 2,100 times faster. Do y'all see anywhere else that can happen in the black community? Can y'all see that? That's a solution right there. Let's look. We got two more and we're done.
The fear instinct is so strong that it can make people collaborate across the world to make the greatest progress. It's so strong, it can also remove 40 million non-crashing aircraft from our field of sight each year. So
we turn that fear as a tool, as a fuel to move us towards fixing the solution, as opposed to becoming almost pessimistic. So we use it towards to enhance our optimism as opposed to amplifying our pessimism. You guys get where I'm going with this? Mm-hmm. So like, if you say, fear means I got to keep working on it, I got to stay focused. How do you think hope came into existence? Hope is me taking the fear of what can happen to the world my children will walk in, and saying, I got to do something about it. Fear started fighting media. Fear is what makes me read every night. Fear is what says, no, this is serious for you. If Madonna's partying, Nana says, she can do that, but that doesn't mean you can party like that. Because fear says, it's not safe for me to stay here. So I'm channeling that same fear to help me grow. Now my fear becomes, guess what, people? Purpose. Remember I talked about purpose? How you develop purpose? When you steal your attention back and you harness your fear for yourself, it turns into a purpose. Let me say this again. When you steal your attention back and harness that fear, it turns into a purpose. I don't think you guys got what I just said. I just gave you a fucking formula, people. Take what you fear. But first you have to steal your attention back. Because right now the shit you fear ain't yours. Steal your attention back. Harness that fear because now it's a resource for you. And allow it to drive you towards your purpose. This is the shit that stops you from giving up. This stops you from weakening your drive or your momentum. Because fear, when you have fear, you'll be laying in bed on a lazy Thursday afternoon and say, God damn, I gotta get up because I got shit to take care of because this shit's real. See, fear is a superpower when you learn to steal your attention back, but it's your enemy when somebody else controls your attention. Is this shit great or not? This is, I don't know if y'all hear this shit. This is so, look, man, look. Y'all look, I ain't drinking some gin up here. Cause I damn near want to get, I don't drink like that, but I damn near want to get drunk and just wake up next day and go, what happened? It must have been a hell of a party. Cause this ain't good enough a game I'm giving you. Your same fear that if you learn to steal your attention back, that's been used to keep you enslaved, could have been the force that could have been driving your freedom. See, you don't need to know where you're going because you can't know where you're going. But you got to have the desire to be curious and the energy to get there, and things will unfold through smart collaborations. Y'all see this shit? How much game this? Like, you see why I was saying this shit's hot, and I wanted to get past. You know, I was saying, hey, I enjoyed the early talking shit. I just warm up. We shooting like little layups and free throws and shit. Now it's time to play ball. Like, okay, this last one. We just God damn this last. Whoo, God damn. If I ever wanted to smoke weed, make believe right now I'm getting high. Go ahead.
Just like it can erase 330,000 child deaths from diarrhea from our TV screens, just like that. End of the Second World War, in which 65 million people died. No one pretended that another world war could not come, and yet it did not come. Instead came peace, the longest peace between superpowers in human history.
So, when you read about African history, you read about slavery, stop learning that shit through the TV shows when they dress all kind of cool and you just see chains, like, oh, the chains. No, learn how fucked up that shit really was. Learn about sharecropping, how fucked up that shit, but learn it. But when you learn to harness that energy, learn what's really killing your people. Learn what's the real challenges of society. When that energy gets inside of you, it will produce, right? It's when we start to create these rose-colored glasses of what has happened in the past, we distort ourselves so much. Once again, I talked about this last week. When you distort the past, you distort your forward-moving strategy. When you gain accuracy around the past, the negativity says to you, hey, this shit happened. It killed 55 million. I think between World War I and World War II, you're around 130 million total. The world says, nah, we're going to have to work on this shit. And people stay diligent because they can still remember it. Never forget. See, y'all think I'm not pro-black because I keep smashing some of that stupid shit we used to teach that I come from. I'm just pro-black 10.0. Meaning I tried that shit and it didn't work. All we did was sit around and play superior and use it as a status game to say you're weaker than me because you don't get the shit I'm talking about. Now, when I got on a team called Do the Work Team, I realized, oh, none of that shit works. Ungawa, Black Power, poetry, African dance, sitting around talking about, hey, you know, these Negroes over here, and they don't get, no, that just doesn't work. If you really want to achieve something great, you got to accept the realness of what's happening around you, then control your attention. If you contaminate that attention, you'll take that same energy that you built, and somebody will take that force that comes from that attention, that turns into money and time, and they will pour towards, you got to vote for the Democrats. And, you know, at the end of the day, you got to go give money over here. And remember, BLM is very important. And, you know, social justice, because it's so important. And, you know, you have to come together and love the trees. I'm just telling you, that's what it is. NPR all day long. This last one slide, I told you this is the last slide. We're going home.
Today, conflicts and fatalities from conflicts are at a record low. I have lived through the most peaceful decades in human history.
We all have lived the most peaceful, even with Russia and Ukraine. This is the most peaceful time in human history. If you look at human history for what it really is, not the television human history, not the shows where the Vikings on television and you will yield to me, maiden. No, wait me. No, right? It's way worse. Way worse. You guys have no idea how fucked up it was to be European before they come to this country. Why they left that motherfucker? They didn't leave because it was just a better chance and better opportunity. They was like, this shit fucked up. We out. I don't give a fuck if we die on this motherfucking ocean. Or wherever the fuck we go, it's gonna be better than this shit. Because they couldn't verify if America really existed. That's not how culture was back then. They didn't have TV. It was all rumors. It was all make believe. But all they said was, where the fuck does ocean take us? It's gonna be better than this shit right here. Go.
Watching the news with its never-ending flow of horrifying images, it is almost impossible to believe that. To believe that world was once mostly barbaric and it is now mostly not. But for the people of Syria, these trends are of course not comforting. There it is barbaric right now.
So here's the complexity, another complexity to what I just shared with you. Add another layer, that's why I said I want this to be the last one. If you live in certain places in the hood, it's still fucked up to you. It's like 1940 to you. I don't give a fuck what you say. So it's not saying, once again, there's no such thing as one size fit all. I'm not saying we don't have problems in this world. But when you step further back, the world's all making progress. The whole world has been making progress, right? And we still ain't the best we could be. But we ain't the worst we could be also. We're far from where we used to be. We made some major leaps. But there are some people, based on their conditions, they could be listening to this podcast right now and be like, man, fuck this dude, man. He don't know what the fuck I'm going through. And you're right. You're just as right. Because relative to you and where you at is true. But for most of us, it's more or less in our mind than it's actually reality exists. If you eat every day, if you drove to get to this class, if you watch me on the computer, I'm probably not talking to you. Go ahead.
The general trend toward less violence is not just one more improvement. It is the most beautiful trend there is. The spread of peace over the last decades has enabled all the other improvements we have seen. We must take care of this fragile gift if we hope to achieve our other noble goals, such as collaboration toward a sustainable future. Without world peace, you can forget about all other global progress.
So, this is my last slide. We reached 8 billion people on this earth. We would not make it to 8 billion if we didn't have the level of peace that we have right now. We have no idea how much we've evolved and grown. Each generation, for the first time I said at the beginning of this class, for the first time in human history, people at the lowest class has the most rights ever, and they complain more than ever. Complain more than ever. You have no idea. Like, I know some folks in this class that came from some poor backgrounds, and when I was in the 70s, they would have been rich to me based upon what they went through. That's how bad it was. I remember getting pizza from the church every day for dinner, and it was mold, and we had to tear the mold off and eat the rest. Right? And that was normal. I didn't think nothing about it. And there's hella people at that poverty level. You go back to the 70s and 60s, like when you watch TV programs, they do snapshots. And they give this perception that things are so good and then things got really, really bad, when it's actually the other way around. We don't realize the reason kids were dying at a high-ass rate at one time in the world, period, everywhere. There was level 1 in this country. You go back 30 to 40, no, you go back 50 years from now, if you ever get a chance, go on YouTube and type sharecroppers and field help in the 1960s. There's documentaries of it. It will make you cry. You will never know poverty was white and black people at levels of poverty you can't even begin to imagine. Read the sister book, she's doing a new movie about African powerful women. It's called Women King. Viola Davis. Read her book. Yeah, and if you read her book, you'll say, "Holy shit!" No? That's real and worse. And worse. But read her book alone. That was a lot of black people's lives. That was a lot of white people. White people even had that kind of life. Y'all see the best of white people. Y'all don't see white people. Y'all see the best of Chinese people. Y'all don't see Chinese culture. There's a lot of really poor Chinese people in this country. Y'all see the happy gay person. Y'all don't see the suicidal gay person. But with all that said, a lot of this shit that we're going through is in our head. It's in our fucking head. KKB's never had this kind of rights before. Women's never had these rights. Black people never had these kind of rights before. Poor people never had these kind of rights before. Poor white people never had these kind of rights before. Italians never had these kind of rights. Jews never had these kind of rights before. I'm not saying it doesn't need to get better. I'm not trying to say the world's perfect. Please don't grow up. Don't talk to me on that kid. I don't do the kid talk shit. If it is this and it's not that, yeah. I'm not doing that shit. I'm a grown ass man. What I'm suggesting is that your attention is so distorted, and yet you've never been told to protect your attention. If you don't protect your attention, you will use all your resources to service other people's needs and starve yourself. And then one day you'll get older and realize you ain't got shit because you gave all your shit away because your attention was stolen. With that being said, love your mama, love your daddy, go home, love your kids. Don't blame me if you're feeling sucky. If you're feeling depressed, take that pill. Anyway, for that Prozac, no, I'm not doing no, go home and exercise, go jog, go run, do whatever the fuck you got to do, drink some water, burn some sage, watch course video on how to meditate. Do what the fuck you got to do. With that being said, have a good night. I'll see you next weekend. This shit ain't gonna get no softer.